The House will come back to order. The co-rule is relaxed and will be relaxed for the rest of the evening. You're welcome. Members, for your attention, and if you want to know, we're going to get working in a few minutes. We have some things to read across the desk. Also, pursuant to the rules, I am declaring that we are in the last 3 days of session, which we may or may not be, but you never know. So, Mr. Kohler, reports to committees of reference.
The Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends following: Senate Bill 23 be referred favorably to the Committee on Judiciary. Senate Bill 188 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. The Committee on Appropriations, after consideration on the merits, committee recommends following: Senate Bill 5 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 87 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. Senate Bill 127 be amended as follows: and also amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. Senate Bill 133 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. Senate Bill 164 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. Senate Bill 176 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. Senate Bill 181 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 187 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. Senate Bill 194 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. The Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1167 be postponed indefinitely. The Committee on Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1196 be postponed indefinitely. Senate Bill 184 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. The Committee on Transportation and Energy, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: Senate Bill 186 be referred to the Committee of the Whole, favor recommendation. The Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following: House Bill 1395 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favor recommendation. Senate Bill 118 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Anything else, Mr. Kohler? Anything else, Mr. Kohler?
Not on report.
For that?
No, sir.
Okay, signing of bills, resolutions, and memorials.
The Speaker has signed.
Remainder of the message, the report will be printed in the journal. Delivery of bills to the governor.
Chief Clerk of the House of
Remainder of
Representatives.
the report will be printed in the journal. Message from the useless and redundant and wasteful body.
Mr. Speaker, the useless and redundant and wasteful
Yes.
body has adopted.
The remainder of the message from that body will be thrown at them. We'll then take it, we will shred it, put it in fire, then make them put it together again, and then print it in the journal. Introduction of bills.
Message from the reviser and message.
Oh, it's not crossed off, the message from the reviser. I think someone deserves the goat.
Message from the governor?
Nice try. It doesn't say it there.
Reviser and governor.
We have reviser and governor. You don't have either of those. I'll check them off for you, Mr. Kohler. Message from the reviser.
Herewith
The
transmitted.
remainder of the message from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Message from the Honorable Governor John Hickenlooper.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor
The
to
remainder of the
inform you.
message from the governor will be printed in the journal. Now we'll do some introduction of bills.
House Bill 1398 by Representative Garcia, also Senator Uleberry, concerning additional criteria governing participation by the Office of Consumer Counsel in the regulation of public utilities.
House Bill 1398, signed by the Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs and Appropriations.
Senate Bill 191 by Senator Talktrop, also Representative Pabon, concerning the procedures for resolution of workers' compensation claims.
Senate Bill 191, assigned to the Committee on Business, Labor, Economic, and Workforce Development.
Senate Bill 192 by Senator Hodge, also Representatives Becker and Wright, concerning the regulation of facilities licensed with regard to classified radioactive materials in connection with making appropriations.
Senate Bill 192, assigned to the Committee on Transportation and Energy.
Senate Bill 195 by Senators Nicholson and Renfro, also Representative Singer and Sonnenberg, concerning a study of phreatophyte growth along the South Platte River in the aftermath of September 2013 flood.
Senate Bill 195, assigned to the Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources.
Senate Bill 209 by Senators Heath and Sheffel, also Representative Tyler, concerning the requirements for permissible investments by insurers and loans secured by interest in real estate.
Senate Bill 209, assigned to the Committee on Business, Labor, Economic, and Workforce Development. Anything else, Mr. Kohler? Introduction of resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 25 by Senator Hodge, also Representative Priola, concerning designation of the pedestrian overpass across United States Highway 85 at Southern Street in Brighton as the Areta Hamilton overpass.
Senate Joint Resolution 25, a layover 1 day under the rules. Madam Majority Leader, where are you? Bueller. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
But you haven't.
Let's move a call. Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move a call to the House.
Call of the House has been moved and has been properly sustained. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine. Sergeants, close and lock the doors. Members, press the buttons to indicate your presence. And Mr. Kohler, call the names of the members who are absent in Pig Latin with a Scottish brogue. Okay, do you have something better, Representative McNulty? Old-time English. Old-timey English. Can you, Old English.
If it's not Scottish, it's crap.
Exactly.
You think we started on like, how would you say Becker?
I don't know how you
Exactly.
I think you probably just do it with an English accent.
Seriously?
I'm tough.
I'm not so good at those.
This is my idea. I don't really know how to help you though.
See, now I'm stuck on Scottish. I can't get out of the Scottish.
You say the right
Oh,
honorable,
he's gonna.
Representative Becker.
But he's saying he's not complying with certain things.
See, now you know, I'm gonna let everyone down.
That's a lot of pressure for you.
It really is.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, if you haven't done it, no.
I'm trying to think of Southern. Record?
Hey, Corey.
Chord?
Yes.
I can't press my button. I mean, it's updating. It's just that. Oh, it's going. No, I mean it's updating. If someone presses a. Oh, it shows. I think. Let's see if someone. Switch. Press red. Press red for a second. I want to see something. Okay, now you switch back. But... What?
On their way up. I have everything but the signed copy.
And it's, yeah, I can't the touch screen. It's just the screen.
Let me look.
Yeah, I can't even turn the chimes on. I tried to turn the chimes on, they're not.
The whole
My
place is
screen's
down.
not working,
As a representative, this is Christine. How may I help you?
because I don't have, he's trying to reset.
Uh-huh.
That's a scary thought.
Okay, in an hour, 15 minutes? Okay. Okay, okay. And you said you were at, you just had your physical there? Okay, you're at a doctor's appointment? Okay, I will let them know.
why?
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to raise the call of the House.
Seeing no objection, the call of the House will be raised. Reports of committees of reference.
The Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits of committee requests following House Bill 1393, be referred to the Committee of the Whole for recommendation. House Bill 1391 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole for recommendation. Senate Bill 12 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole for recommendation. Senate Bill 99 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1389 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations in favor of recommendation.
Hold on 1 second. House will stand in a brief recess. The House will come back to order. Madam Majority Leader. And members who weren't here, the code rules relaxed for the rest of the evening, if you didn't hear that. Except for Mr. Kohler. Just joking. Madam Majority Leader. Let's get ready to
Thank you,
debate.
Mr. Speaker. I move the following bills be added to the bottom of the special orders calendar for consideration today at 4:45. And the bills are House Bill 1392, House Bill 1391, House Bill 1393, Senate Bill 162, Senate Bills 87, 133, 164, 187, 194, 176, 127, 184, 118, and 186.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the bottom of the special orders calendar. Being that it's the time that we set for special orders, Representative Labuda. Seeing no objection, the House will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Labuda will take the chair.
Will come to order. Thank you. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length, which I hope there is not, unless I don't like the bill. Committee amendments will not be read unless requested as they are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads if you have one, and not read unless requested. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader, and the coat rule is relaxed. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to, is it House Bill 1392? Is that our first one?
477, one of the two.
1377.
House Bill 1377, Representatives Ferrandino and Buckner, also Senator Stebbins and Talk Shop, concerning the creation of the Colorado Retirement Security Task Force.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when we last left this, I move House Bill 1377 again. We had already passed the Appropriations Committee report. We are on I move the Legislative Council Committee report and the Business, I believe it's the Business Committee report as well. And we're on the Legislative Council Committee report. And to that, we were discussing yesterday, I move Amendment 16 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 16 has been properly moved and will be displayed soon. It is displayed. Mr. Speaker, to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment goes back to what we were debating yesterday on the composition of the task force. At the suggestion of the minority leader, we added one open-ended appointment to each of the leaders, so to ensure that the minority had an appointment on this. We also, after, maybe as Representative Holbert mentioned yesterday, sometimes time does calm people. Still, while this amendment puts the treasurer on the task force, we can debate if he's actually an expert in this area. He is the duly elected treasurer of the state of Colorado. He did call this bill insanity, so we'll see. Maybe he has to do the insanity workouts while he's at the committee to do that. So this puts the treasurer on there, puts 4 more appointments, one by each minority leader and one by the president and the speaker. I'd ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader? Representative Szabo? Oh, Representative Exum. Pardon me. Buckner. What am I doing? Buckner. Look, my excuse is they both wear glasses. They both have gray hair. I had difficulty telling Representatives Nordberg and Wright apart until one of them grew a beard. But anyway. Okay, Representative Buckner.
Keep it going. Keep it rolling.
Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to speak to the Treasurer's appointment to this committee and all the other members that are to be appointed to the committee. Essentially, I would hope that the representatives and all members of the committee would be open to all information, would be supportive of the process, and would not continue to call the process insane if they were going to be on the committee. It seems to me that a task force has to be receptive to new material, open their minds to them, and not call the process insane. And even though those things all didn't happen, it would seem to me that that I won't resist the appointment of the treasurer, but certainly he has to demonstrate a more open attitude towards the process before he gets my wholehearted endorsement for that.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for getting my name right. I appreciate that. And I ask for an aye vote on this. You know, sometimes we say things out of the heat of it, and we get chance to calm down And remember that the process is good, and it's always good to have everybody at the table. And I ask for an aye vote on this amendment and thank the Speaker for including the treasurer.
Representative Williams? No. Representative Holbert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I join the Assistant Minority Leader in asking for an aye vote on this amendment. And do appreciate Speaker Ferrandino, including the State Treasurer, ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L016. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L016 is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, thank you, Madam Chair. We are to the Legislative Committee report. I'd ask for an aye vote on the Legislative Committee report.
Legislative Council.
Oh, we struck the Legislative Committee report, so that was, sorry. So we just adopted that. Okay, great. Now we're on the Business Affairs Labor Committee report. That just, what we did in business was a few cleanups and clarifications. In that, I'd ask for an aye vote on the Business, Labor, Economic, and Workforce Development Committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Business, Labor, Economic, and Workforce Development Committee report. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. That report is adopted. Mr. Speaker, to the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move Amendment 6 to the bill.
Amendment 6 has been moved and will be displayed soon. It is displayed to the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amendment 6 makes some clarifying in language. There was concern within the Finance Committee report around a Colorado state plan. There's no intention of being, we'll see what the recommendations are, but no intention going in that it's determined that it had to be controlled by the state. It could be a private entity as well, or however we do this. I think we were talking about the state of Colorado, not the government of the state of Colorado. And so we're taking out the word Colorado to make sure that's clear, and also adding language that says the task force shall consider but not limited to the following recommendations, so that it is ensured that it is more open-ended and they can look at a lot more things than what are just on the list, which was always the intent, but just clarifying that in a better way. I think this opens up the process and addresses a lot of the concerns that were raised by some of my members and other members in the bill. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of we already did L006, didn't we? No, L006. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L006 is adopted. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill, as amended, is a really important bill for the state of Colorado. We have a looming issue. Less and less people are saving. Less and less people have opportunities in their retirement security. They are less opportunities in their workplace and others to be able to save. This is saying we need to talk about this. We need to figure out how we move forward in a way that moves the ball forward. Because at the end of the day, if we do not deal with this, ultimately this will come on all of us through either social welfare programs, other aid to seniors programs that we are going to be paying for. We need to make sure that people of my generation, people younger, are doing the right thing and planning, and we need to make sure it's easier. This is something that states across this nation are doing, having these discussions, and I think it's appropriate for our state, one of the youngest states in the country, to have this conversation so that as our younger generation gets older, they're in a good place to be retired and be financially secure. So I ask for an aye vote on the bill.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L017 and ask that it be displayed.
L017 has been moved and will soon be displayed. Thank you.
I thought maybe more people were going to argue.
L017 is now properly displayed. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I know in talking to some of the people out there, you know, constituents of mine and other people, they're kind of concerned that this could be going down the path of maybe trying to set up a new para or some kind of a new mandate either on the state, maybe a mandate on businesses, maybe a mandate on citizens as far as, okay, you know, Brian, you're not saving enough, and so now the state feels that you need to start taking a certain percentage out of your check every month and start putting it towards some kind of a state-run Social Security program or whatever that is out there. I'm sure that's not the intent of the bill, but just to make it clear, when we're talking about in the declaration, to finish up one of the last things there, it says, this study is to study the retirement security options that would promote greater retirement security for all Coloradoans. But then we're going to add on the end of that to say without imposing mandates on Colorado businesses or its citizens. I think this would go a long way to curb a lot of the angst from people out there that, you know, this study could potentially be setting something up that's going to bring about some kind of mandates, whether it's on individuals or the business community out there. And so this kind of gives the study a little bit more clear direction to say, hey, go ahead and study this stuff, but let's make sure that we're steering clear of imposing mandates on businesses and citizens when we're looking at trying to develop this. And so I think this could go a long way to get people feeling a little bit more comfortable about the bill. And so I would urge an aye vote on L017.
Representative Buckner.
Would you explain a little more about what that means? I mean, mandates on, this is just a task force that's studying the need for proposing that all we're doing is looking at the issue of how we're going to support people who do not have retirement at this point. So what's this about mandates? I mean, what is it that you're concerned, what are the concerns, and how does this address it?
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The whole thing in the study, so for instance, one of the things it talks about in the study is whether or not to include any kind of a guarantee by the state or caused by the state to incur any liability or obligation or any contribution or disbursements by any of the plan participants. So to me, that means that we're already giving them direction to look at something that might actually have the state on the hook for something, that might incur some kind of a liability by the plan participants. So one of the things that I'm hearing from a lot of constituents is that this is basically looking at a way to study, to say that, you know what, maybe a state-run Social Security plan, or maybe something that's mandated on the businesses that each business needs to start establishing some kind of a 401k or something like that. And so this is trying to say, I'm sure that's not what you guys are trying to do with this study. And so this basically kind of, you know, in the declaration gives a little bit more direction to say, look, guys, no, we're not putting this study out there to put any kind of a mandate on business or on people. That's not the direction we're trying to go with this bill. We're just basically looking at trying to study stuff and not what impacts that would have on the businesses or people.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just trying to read the bill. And so I'm talking about amending the legislative declaration, which I may be open to, but I want to just understand two things. One, the bill does, to address your point, Representative, Mr. Minority Leader, on page 6, line 7, it says, page 7, line 3, in developing the recommendations pursuant to this section, the task force shall not, and then lines 8, sub B, include any financial obligation or liability on private sector employers whose employees participate in the plan in regard to investment or investment performance of the plan, or, and then it goes on to other things. I'm trying to, so I mean, I think that says the same thing you're saying in this amendment, is that there would be not include any financial obligation or liability on private sector employers, which is what you're saying here. So my question to you, so I'm open to this amendment, my question to you is, with this amendment, do we have your support on the bill?
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, no, you don't have my support on the bill either way, because I don't think that this is the proper way for us to be going about this. I mean, the reality is there's so many private sector areas that go out and study this on a daily basis. There's magazine articles, there's all kinds of different course studies that they do. Universities do all different kinds of things, studying the need for retirement and different things that people could do better to save for the future, do's and don'ts, all different kinds of things that are out there. But the reality is if you're saying that this is already in the bill, then there should be no problem actually putting this in a declaration as well. Because when I was reading through the declaration and it talked about Colorado Retirement Security Task Force, and it talks about how many people don't have proper savings. The state should start taking a look at this and yada yada, all the other stuff that's there. So if it's already stated in the bill like you're saying, I think putting this into the legislative declaration to me doesn't hurt the bill, and so I think that just kind of shores up what you're saying you want to do with this bill.
Representative Buckner.
One of the portions of the study that I think is significantly important is that we pay attention to possible or potential impacts on the economic future of Colorado imposed by a significant portion of our population not having a sufficient retirement plan to support themselves in their later years. And so there are potential impacts to the state and to the state budget and the contribution if we decide that there is some kind of an obligation possibly to supporting our oldest citizens in the state during a retirement that they might not have done a sufficient job of preparing for. Unless we can come up with some kind of plan that says what will happen. I mean, what impact is potential impact to the state? This one does that also, and that's part of the reason that the wording is in there.
Mr. Minority Leader, Representative Del Grosso.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Buckner, no, I agree that, not a lot of people save and they're not saving enough, and it's a tough thing out there, and there's a lot of different things that are barriers to why people save and why they don't save. But this is basically saying that when we're looking at studying a way to maybe address those issues, let's not say that we're going to look at mandates on citizens or mandates on businesses when we're looking at studying this. So, I mean, I guess depends on what way you support. And if you support, I guess, maybe the possibility of looking at a mandate on businesses or citizens to have to contribute to something, or businesses have to offer certain kinds of retirement plans. So that's, I guess if that's the route that we're trying to go, then, obviously don't support this amendment. But I keep hearing that it's already in the bill. So if it's already in the bill, there should be no problem putting this in the declaration.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Minority Leader, you are correct. This is already in the bill. So I say, fine, I'll support this amendment. It's because it's already there. If we're going to say it twice, we say it once. Why not say it twice? So it's not a big deal in terms of that. My only hesitation to supporting it is I would think if that is the issue, if the question that you have concerns, I think we hear concerns from others, is about the mandate, then this clearly, which is already in the bill, says that the task force wouldn't recommend anything that's a mandate. Also, just remember, this task force will come back to the legislature with recommendations. So if we're going to put this amendment on, then we're asking the task force to look and find a solution. So it just seems disingenuous that we're going to put this amendment on, which I support, and ask for an aye vote on this amendment, and then vote no on a bill that tries to look at a problem that we all know is there, and when you talk to the public is a serious and significant problem for our state and for our nation, and we're not willing to support the conversation. So I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, and I'd ask for an aye vote on the bill, which is even better given this great amendment by our minority leader, and should be voted for this bill after he gets his amendment and gets the state treasurer on it. I mean, I don't know how many times I can bend over backwards to try and get bipartisan support on this bill, because we all know it's a looming problem.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L017. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no.
No.
L017 is adopted. Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1377? Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do appreciate the Speaker's support of the last amendment. I remain a no vote on the bill, though my concerns are somewhat less than they were before the amendment. Just how far will this task force go? Just how far will the result of the task force recommendations take our state into being involved in the long-term retirement plans of the citizens of residents of Colorado? That amendment does reduce my concerns. No mandates. I think that's a good thing. But let's also recognize that we can't bind a future assembly, and that phrase "notwithstanding" could go right around that amendment that we just passed that says no mandates. So that doesn't mean that the recommendations, it doesn't mean that whatever retirement plans the Colorado might become involved in, whether they're managed by the state, managed by private sector, we are venturing down a road where we're going to inject the opinion, the perspective of what I refer to as the most expensive and least effective and most complicated way to solve a problem, and that's government. If we want to encourage the people of Colorado to invest in their retirement, invest in their future, I would argue that the solution would be smaller and more limited government, lower taxation, and staying out of their lives so they know that their future is theirs, that they need to be reliant on their own planning, not that of government. And I believe that the majority of residents of Colorado would agree with that perspective. We have seen a history of where an increasing number of people have relied on government to be the answer for their retirement, and those returns are just embarrassingly low. I think that the majority of people of Colorado would find concern about Colorado becoming more involved in their long-term retirement investment plans and ask for a no vote on House Bill 1377.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would be a yes on this bill if I wasn't so concerned for you, dear Speaker, and Representative Buckner. We can see what's going on with PARA right now, with by their own minutes is $26 billion underfunded. So I think the best government is the one that governs least. There is, individual responsibility. And I just don't want to see your names, Ferrandino, Uckner on some kind of product that might be, underfunded in the future or going bankrupt. So I'll be a no vote.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, it's very interesting with saving for retirement, especially with young kids, because I have kids in that age range. And it seemed to me like some of them were born savers and some of them were born spenders. And it's kind of the culture that you give in the household as to teaching your children to save money for the future. Because us who have children know that when they, become a teenager, they're invincible and they never think they're going to get old like their parents. But it happens very quickly. And so I think for the government or for an entity to say you have to save is not going to create that culture. Some will save and they'll see the value in saving for their future and for their retirement. Others want the big screen TV. They want the brand new car every 3 or 4 years. They want the bigger and better house, and they'll tend to do that. So when I look at this bill, I think it's a great idea for a conversation, but I don't know that it's the government that should be perpetuating that conversation. So that's my 2 cents, and here we go.
Representative Buckner.
I want to come out in full support of House Bill 1377. It's not just because my name is on it, although that's a very likely starting point for this conversation. It's also because I happen to be retirement age and have seen the transition from defined contribution and defined benefit plans not work very smoothly for a number of retired individuals now. I think that as we continue to have an issue around how we're going to provide for the aged people in our population, that having a discussion about that now is certainly important to success or future economic success of this state. We cannot afford for one generation to be responsible for the older generation and the younger generation at the same time to provide the kind of support that they need. A study of this does not say that it's going to be a government-run program. It does not say that it's going to be a private. It just says we're going to look at the possibilities and figure out what we need to do to encourage individuals to take care of their retirement. And so I propose to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that they consider that and vote yes on this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to address, I don't know why we're scared of the conversation. We don't know what the answer to the conversation is, but we do know there is a problem, especially when you look at the difference in both income, age, race, and what's going on with retirement savings. And ultimately, if you want to be the fiscally conservative side of the aisle, what we're talking about is how do we encourage people to save, because ultimately if they don't save, we're going to pay for them. I don't think any of us and our grandkids are going to want to kick grandma and grandpa out on the street. And the way we try, okay, well, maybe some of us, Representative Everett, but he was making the, so if we don't want to do that, and we don't agree that we should be, if we don't agree that we should kick our grandkids shouldn't kick us out on the streets because we haven't saved enough, then let's do the right thing and actually start figuring out how we can get people to save more now. It is better for us, it's better for our grandkids, it's better for society. This is supported by some of the biggest, TI Craft, who's one of the biggest industries, the biggest companies that deal with retirement savings in the private sector. I'd ask for a yes vote on this bill to move this conversation forward.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1377. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1377 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 46.
Senate Bill 46 by Senator Nicholson, also Representative Exum, concerning a grant program to increase local firefighter safety.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 14046. No committee reports.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill is to help increase firefighter safety. The purpose behind it is to provide firefighters with proper bunker gear, what we call turnout gear, and equipment and training to protect them from unnecessary fire, smoke, and other carcinogens that causes cancer. The problem is some municipalities and rural volunteer fire departments are unable to raise the money to cover the cost for proper gear, equipment, and training to protect them from unnecessary exposure. Some firefighters aren't aware of the risks associated with certain exposures, especially carcinogens, that need to be educated about the care and proper care of their gear. The bill would do a few things. It would create a merit-based grant program administered by the Department of Public Safety, continue for 2 years to use $3.25 million from the federal mineral lease funds that were set to expire, create a local firefighter and disease prevention fund, allow the firefighter service training certification and firefighter safety advisory board to review the proposals and make recommendations concerning the awards to the Director of Division of Fire Prevention and Control. The bill was amended in the Senate to include to make sure we had equal representation on that board from the Colorado State Fire Chiefs Association, the Colorado State Firefighters Association, and the Colorado Professional Firefighter Association. Again, this is a bill to increase firefighter safety, very warranted use, and just to reiterate, in your career, firefighter career, we're exposed 50%. We have a greater risk for lymphoma, testicular cancer, prostate cancer, skin cancer, stomach cancer, and also firefighters have a higher risk of non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, bladder cancer, large intestine cancer, and leukemia. And with this bill, especially in some of the small areas that don't have the proper equipment and are using sometimes hand-me-downs from the larger departments, this would go a long ways in increasing firefighter safety, especially in those rural fire departments, and I ask for your support on this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Rankin?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I suppose I rise in support of the bill. I think it's a good bill, and it clearly we all know local firefighter districts and individual firemen who would benefit from these grants. And, you know, many people who've looked at the bill like it. It could be, I would admit, directed more to benefit individual firefighters. These grants go to the district to dispense. But, you know, my objection to this bill is the same as the objection from Colorado counties and CML, who said they liked the bill, they liked the structure, but they don't like the funding source. Members, what this bill does, evidently because we're out of general fund money toward the end of the year, it appropriates, or it takes money away from something called the federal mineral leasing monies. And let me just tell you what those are. Federal mineral leasing monies are paid by the federal government when an oil and gas or mining lease occurs on federal lands. There's first a bonus payment, and then there are lease payments along the way. These funds are distributed, and ladies and gentlemen, the federal statute on this is very clear. It says that these funds are to be used on a priority basis for those people, those individuals and municipalities who are affected by federal mineral development on federal lands. The state statute is also very clear on this subject. So what we're doing here, instead of appropriating these funds out of general funds as they should be, we're taking a sizable chunk of money out of the federal mineral lease distribution. Now, it's been said it's 5%. In a down year, these funds vary from year to year. In the 12-13 year, that would have been 14% of the direct distribution monies. These monies in these districts are used for a variety of purposes. One of them is to support schools. There are two school districts who will directly be impacted by this bill. Both of them are on 4-day school weeks because they can't keep the doors open. They don't have enough funding. These funds in the last 2 years, $500,000 from these grant monies have gone to the Rifle School District, which is on a 4-day week, to try to help them keep the doors open. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
Representative Rankin, I know you'd like to, but would you move it?
I move.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
L004 has been moved and is now displayed. To the amendment, Representative Rankin.
So, members, what I'm suggesting is that we keep this bill intact. We're not changing a thing on this bill except the funding source. What I'm asking here is that in the next fiscal year, these monies would be appropriated from the general fund. In this coming fiscal year, we would go ahead and set up the fund, we'd set up the committee to develop the needs program, and private donations would still flow into the fund. We would get this underway. We would still do everything that's required of this bill. We simply are funding it the proper way. We're not taking 14% for 1 year out of the federal mineral leasing funds, which are very clearly earmarked, not earmarked, but priority destined to help those people who are impacted by oil and gas and mining development on federal lands. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment so that we can properly fund this good bill.
Representative Sane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I can be a yes on this bill with this amendment. Members, when you take money from something that it's not what it's designed for, it's essentially taxation. It's taxation without representation. You're taking money from one fund. It's not meant to go to another purpose. That's what we'd be doing with this bill. And if firefighters were our concern, and I do like what this program does, but if that was truly our concern at heart, then it would have come out of the general funds. I wholeheartedly support this amendment, and I would be a yes vote again on the bill if the amendment passes. Thank you.
Representative Holbert? No. Scott? No. Quorum. I'm tired. I've been in 3 committees all day long. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Rankin. I believe that's your name. I'm not positive, but I believe it is. Thank you for bringing this amendment because I liked what this bill was doing, but I actually had some concerns with the funding source and realizing that these areas where these federal mineral leases are generated are heavily impacted by that activity. And those are valuable resources for those communities to use where they have been impacted by heavy roads, schools, whatever. It's just a great idea. I wish I would have thought of that, and I'm sure Representative Holbert would be just as proud as I am of this amendment. But thank you.
What about Representative Scott?
Representative Scott would also be proud. Thank you.
My apologies. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the amendment, but I would ask you to vote no. This is the reason why. This federal mineral lease funds that's going to local impact is 40%, and the projected money coming out of there is like less than 5% for 2 years. And then if the General Assembly wants to reconsider where the funding source is coming from. But understand something, this money is going to local communities, local firefighter communities that protect those local places. I think that the funding source, you may not agree, I think it's appropriate for increasing firefighter safety for these brave men and women that protect these communities.
Representative Giroux?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is the idea behind this bill is good. It's something we need. In 2007, I believe, there was a bill that was run and it died because we were headed into the recession. Maybe it was 2008. It was run by former Senator Kopp and former Representative Rob Whitwer. And what that bill did was that it allowed a tax exemption to firefighters on the amount of money that they pay for their equipment. Now, what this bill does is this bill doesn't help the individual firefighters. It goes, from what I can tell from the bill, it goes to the fire, basically the fire districts. So most of the firefighters in Colorado are actually volunteer firefighters, and in my district, for instance, the firefighters spend $1,000 a year of their own money in order to keep their equipment up and running and ready for duties. So rather than going directly to the source, this goes somewhat sort of to the source, and it creates the funds as the bill sponsor described. And so I don't have a problem with the policy of the bill. What I do have a problem with is the funding source, because when you have whatever funding source you have, there should be a nexus between the funding source and the purpose, the policy of the bill itself. Anybody that represents a district either on the West Slope or any district that values or receives value from the federal mineral lease dollars, that's any district that has any type of mining or oil and gas or any type of mineral extraction in their district is going to be harmed by this bill. And the reason they're going to be harmed is that this bill takes those dollars off the top before those counties get those dollars. And the deal we made with the counties is that in order to have that extraction, that process go through with their particular areas, they would get federal mineral lease dollars back to help pay for the cleanup, to help pay for the dollars lost because they've had an impact, a serious impact from that extraction process. Part of the dollars that are used in the federal mineral lease payments to the counties are used for K through 12. They're also used for human services issues. They're used for a lot of different activities because those local counties and jurisdictions get to use the dollars as they see fit. So when you look at these rural areas that don't have the same abilities as far as providing health care and human services care and behavioral health care, plus they don't have the same abilities for firefighting, they don't have the same abilities, quite honestly, for K through 12. What this bill will do, because of its funding source, this bill is going to take money away from K through 12. This bill is going to take money away from human services. This bill is going to take money away from Medicaid clients. This bill is going to take money away from a lot of the areas that we all hold to be very dear and very important in supporting in the state. So, Madam Chair, is there any way we could have a little decorum in this? I don't know, maybe it's because I'm not on the other side of the aisle, you'll let this happen. Madam Chair?
Members, you've heard the request of Representative Giroux. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm saying, members, is, there's been a lot of conversations about war on rural Colorado. What this bill does, because of its funding source, this bill is a war on every one of those jurisdictions and counties that receive federal mineral impact dollars. What this bill says is, and the sponsor admitted it in committee, that what this bill will do is it'll take dollars that go to those counties and those jurisdictions to take care of those very important needs such as Medicaid, human services, and K through 12. It's going to take those dollars that should be going to those counties, to those districts, and it's going to be spending them statewide. This bill is going to help the city and county of Denver. This bill is going to help any large metropolis. This bill is going to help my district. Members, my district does not deserve dollars from this funding source. My district does not deserve to take dollars away from the West Slope, from those areas that actually have given up those all those minerals, all that impact. This bill is taking money that we don't deserve to take. This bill, the policy of the bill is great. The funding source is so wrong. What this amendment does, members, this amendment makes that right. This amendment says these dollars are going to come from the general fund because these dollars are going to be used all over the state. The full state general fund, the general fund dollars should be used to pay for this bill. It's only right, it's only fair, and it's only just. This is a good bill with the wrong funding source. I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it is Madam Chair. I agree with what Representative Giroux said, with the exception of the way this was done, and it's not, the 3.5 million was used last year and the year before. It was taken off the top originally from the mineral and lease program, and it funded air fleet, hand crews, shelters, other costs incurred to fight the fires at the local level. Then last year, you all were here, you passed 13,270, and we developed the Wildlife Preparedness Fund. We took that fund and we used insurance premiums to fund it. Now we're taking the same money that still hadn't gone to the locals, and now are using it to fund this bill. So it could have added to a reduction, but it's really the net gain sum of zero to fund the same thing with fires. That's what we did. So to say that they've been getting this money all along, no, we took it off the top. You just changed how it was done. I asked for a no vote.
Representative Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I heard this bill in local government, and we heard from the fire state chief, Gary Breezy. And he shared with us that currently a fire person has to purchase their own bunker gear. And the gear costs about $2,500. Now, for them to get the self-contained breathing equipment, that costs another $3,800. And many of our firefighters have to pay for this themselves. I would believe, and I think that we should, as a state, be buying this kind of equipment for our firefighters. This bill was recommended out of the Wildfire Matters Review Committee. And basically what happens is you have these firefighters with this bunker gear. They may be fighting a fire, and then all of a sudden they may put that gear into their car. And if you put that gear in your car and you're driving that car and your family member is there, they're going to be exposed to all kinds of chemicals. What this bill is designed to do is to have the access, these fire districts have access to commercial washers and dryers, so that after someone has been exposed to firefighting, they have the opportunity to have their equipment clean. Because when it's not clean and you keep reusing the same kinds of equipment, it can increase health exposures, and it can cause all kinds of different types of cancer. This bill is about saving lives and protecting our firefighters. It's about best practice. And best practice is to make sure that if you're going to be out there fighting a fire to protect our communities, then the least we can do, the right thing that we can do, is to make sure that we give them access to an opportunity to have their bunker gear cleaned. So I'm urging a no vote on this amendment in support of fire safety, and I urge that you support that as well.
Representative Scott. Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Fields, nobody's doubting that we need to take care of our firefighters. Nobody's doubting that. And I don't know if you've been listening, Representative Fields, but nobody up here has come up and said that we shouldn't take care of our firefighters. To say that, or to intimate that we don't think we should take care of our firefighters is completely missing the point of what we've been saying here. We get that. We know we should take care of our firefighters. Representative Fields, I had one of the worst fires in my district, and Representative Fields, I know we need to take care of our firefighters. But what I do know is you don't steal money from counties to take care of a statewide problem. That's what the general fund is for. You don't steal from K through 12 in those small counties that can't afford it. You don't steal from those small counties and deny those Medicaid clients what they deserve. Representative Fields, you don't steal from human services and behavioral health. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will. You don't take away from others. That's what this amendment says. This amendment says We use the correct funding source. Nobody is doubting the validity of this bill. Thank you, Representative Rosenthal. I need that. Thank you very much. What we are saying, members, is this has the wrong funding source the way it is currently written. We're just asking that you change the funding source, because if you do that, I don't think you'll have a no vote in this House. But the point of it is you don't steal from other counties. You don't steal from other counties to take care of a problem in the city and county in Denver and in Aurora, and God bless you in Evergreen, Colorado. You don't do this.
Representative Scott, I think you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have to rise in support to this amendment as well. I, too, as Representative Rankin has mentioned, and several of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have mentioned, we like what we're seeing in this bill, but we don't like the funding source. It's a very simple fix. L004 takes care of the problem. I would truly like to support this bill, but I cannot vote for something that's taking away from my county, my school district, and all the other folks that get a piece of the federal fund. That's all we're asking, is just change the funding source. I ask for an aye vote on L004.
Representative Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make this crystal clear. This bill is not about Denver. This bill is not about Aurora. This bill is about the state of Colorado and our firefighters. Let me also make it clear that this is not about theft. This is about appropriations. This is about our responsibility to appropriate funds to protect our firefighters. We heard testimony. 35 firefighters died. 6,000 firefighters were injured. 56 fire departments have no program to maintain basic firefighter fitness and health. Many firefighters do not even have the proper gear that they need. This is not about theft. This is not about taking from anyone else. This is about the state of Colorado and making sure that we're protecting our firefighters, to make sure that we can increase the training that they need, and we're providing them with the opportunity to have their equipment cleaned. Many of our firefighters in the state of Colorado are volunteers, and some of them are paid. There's a large area within our state that are disadvantaged based on where they are. And this is going to provide them with the opportunity to make sure that we're doing the best we can for their occupational safety of our firefighters. So let's get this clear. This is not about theft. This is about appropriating funds to protect our firefighters. Vote no on this amendment.
Representative Rankin.
Well, if it's not about theft, let's make this a unanimous vote in favor of our firefighters. All we have to do is pass this amendment, and we can unanimously support our firefighters. And with all due respect, Representative Fields, you're arguing the wrong point. You know, we're standing here saying this is a great bill. We want to support our firefighters. Let me point out one thing to you. Almost half of the firefighters can already apply for exactly these grants through what? Through FML grant money. I mean, many of these districts, these rural districts, the ones that I represent, which is a good 20% of the fire districts that actually need help, actually they can already apply for these grants. There's no problem with that. All we're really doing here is taking money that's supposed to go for impacted areas and spending it separately when we can already do it. There's nothing wrong with continuing this program the way this amendment recommends, which is, in fact, to put the entire program in place, to put the funding where it ought to be, and to support our firefighters. You know, to the point that we already spent this money, two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, and in fact, in the previous appropriation, the $3.25 million, which we're now conveniently switching over to a completely different purpose, went to wildfire preparedness. That actually had a better nexus and was almost an emergency. What we're talking about now is a completely different thing. It's taking money that's supposed to go to impacted areas and making it available statewide when we have other resources to help those fire departments in other areas. I mean, it just doesn't make I mean, theft is a heavy word, I agree, but it is, in fact, taking money intended for one purpose and treating it like general fund money. I recommend a yes vote on this amendment for those very reasons. And this is a lot of money. Let me just tell you an example, rather than getting into percentages, and I can talk about those all night, but this year we had a bill which released $4.3 million from the so-called permanent fund into this allocation based on a complicated formula because we went down one year. Of that $4.3 million, $411,000 went to one particular district, which happens to be represent Garfield County and more out west. And that district, so that's almost 10% of that money flowed directly down to that district, and it will again. And that district has put $500,000 into a school district that has to close its doors one day a week. This is a direct, big impact on areas that are supposed to be helped by this fund. This is not a trivial amount of money when looked at from that perspective.
Representative Giroux? No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, actually, I don't think theft is a bad word to use to describe this, because when you are given a promise that dollars will be coming back to you as a county because you have had mineral impact, that's the whole point of the federal mineral impact dollars, is that an agreement has been made and you as a county count on those dollars, you budget on those dollars. During the recession, we took $9 million away from the counties that they're never going to get back. This year we were able to return, I think it was $4.3 million to counties, and those dollars were really important because actually what those dollars ended up doing is they ended up keeping some school districts afloat and keeping some schools open because we were able to give those dollars back. So I don't know what you call it if you are promised something, but then another entity in the state comes in and takes the dollars that you were promised and takes them for another purpose, when you know, according to statute, that you were promised those dollars and that you, according to statute, deserve those dollars. To me, that's theft. And you know what? It's not like you're taking from those that have a lot to give. And when the bill sponsor said, well, the reason I went after federal mineral lease dollars is I looked at the amount of money that they'd be bringing in the next couple of years, and I thought it was a lot of money, so I thought I could take it. I mean, that's quite honestly insulting to the counties that they take it from, because you're not understanding the way the dollars are used. I mean, this isn't going to make a bit of difference to me personally in my district, because my district will probably end up benefiting from it. But you know what? I don't feel right about it. I don't think this is the right thing to do to those districts that already have the extraction issue going on within their districts. I mean, why is it okay to take money away from districts who are having a hard time keeping their schools open 5 days a week? Why is it okay to take dollars away from them just because you see a lump sum and it looks like a large amount of money and you've got an idea that you want to run? Why is that okay? I don't get that. I really don't get that. To me, that's not the way we should be legislating down here. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Coram?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's talk about where the rubber meets the road. We pass legislation here all along, every year, and things change. What's the big change from a year ago? Let me talk about one of my neighboring counties, Delta County. I used to represent this area. Representative Hamner has that district now. Don't know where she is. But anyway, in Delta and Gunnison counties, Representative McLaughlin represents part of Gunnison County. They have lost 400 coal mining jobs. 400 jobs. Those are average about 100,000 a year jobs, just labor. All the contractors, suppliers bring that in. Projections are that this year, that federal mineral lease on coal will be down 16%. 16%. That's a lot of money. We're also talking a Delta County School District. Since the October count, I think they've lost over 140 students. When June gets here and school's out, things don't change. I assure you, next October counts are going to be a lot worse. So yes, this is important to those two rural counties. I no longer represent them, but I feel that as a rural representative, it is up to me to stand up and talk for them, because frankly, they're family. Absolutely, they're family. They're there through the good times. They're there through the bad times. When we were rolling high, production was high, everybody had their hand out. They willingly gave that. But I'm going to tell you folks right now, Delta County, Gunnison County, there's some hard times out there. This may not sound like a lot of money to you, but to those districts, those counties that are severely impacted by this, it's a difference between day and night. Please look at this amendment. The only thing wrong with this bill is the funding source. This amendment corrects that. If you want to come out and say, yes, we've done something for firefighting, we've done something for those rural counties, those are impacted by the federal mineral lease, this is a good amendment. I ask you to vote yes.
Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Clearly, we're all agreed that we want to provide funding for the firefighters and to provide for their needs in the various community. All this bill is about really is the funding source, and that's what we're debating. So if we take this money and not appropriate it from the mineral lease fund, we're going to have to take it from somewhere else, and I presume that will be the general fund, and that's what's being suggested. What we've been doing, though, for the past 6 years, except for last year, is taking $3.25 million off the top of the federal mineral lease fund. This is exactly what this bill provides for. Last year, there was a bill that provided that money would come from the premium taxes for 1 year, but for the prior 6 years, the $3.25 million came from the federal mineral lease fund into this very fund. So what we're proposing in this bill is precisely what we proposed from 2006 and what we did from 2006 to 2013. We didn't do it last year. We took it from premium taxes. This bill is just taking us back to do what we did for 6 years in a row. If we don't want to do that, then we have to take it from general fund, which means we have to make a decision if we want to cut education or health care or other things that we're funding. But this is not a radical departure, members, from what we've been doing. This is exactly what we did for 6 years. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us, Mr. Minority Leader, Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Lee, thank you for being the first person on your side to actually come down and argue what this amendment is about, not the bill. We heard rants from several other people talking about all the great things that this bill will do. Well, we're not arguing that at all. And Representative Lee, thank you for actually arguing what this amendment is about. But I don't get why the general fund is so precious that we're unwilling to use it for public safety. That is basically what we're saying with the underlying funding source is, my gosh, we can't use general fund dollars for public safety. What else should we be using that for if it's not for public safety? And Representative Lee, we disagreed the last several years as to what that money was funding before as well. So it's not like we're being hypocritical here. We didn't support this FML money going to those other sources as well. We're just saying that if there is a funding source that's here, actually put those dollars to what it was intended for. So I guess the majority party has a decision to make now before it. And the decision is this, and I will give you the answer that the Speaker asked me on the previous bill. Representative Del Grosso, if this amendment gets on, will you support the bill? And the answer to this question is yes. And I think you heard member after member after member come down here and say, we like the underlying bill, we disagree with the funding source. So you have a decision to make on whether or not you want this bill to be bipartisan. Accept the amendment, use general fund dollars for public safety, which is definitely an acceptable spend on general fund dollars, or take money away from counties and take money away from where it's intended to and get absolutely no support from the minority caucus. So I guess that's the decision to be made. The ball is in your court. Do we want to steal it from counties, or do we want to actually take it from the general fund, which is what those dollars are intended for? That is the choice for you to make, and I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further, Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to mention that I had asked a question in committee on this bill that actually I think helped generate this amendment. I support this amendment as put forward by Representative Rankin for one reason. I asked what percentage of the volunteer fire departments they identified in Committee 245 potentially that could benefit from this legislation. How many of those volunteer fire departments fell within FML areas or districts? I got an answer back. We're talking about roughly 40 out of those 245. Now we're simply talking about an inequitable situation here. We shouldn't be giving dollars that are paid in by 40 of these volunteer fire districts through FML to the other, roughly 200. That's just, it doesn't strike me as very fair policy. Keep in mind also, members, that that you can apply for FML funds, for impact grant FML funds to be awarded to your county, but you have to be in an FML county or district. So we're talking about applying something that normally you have to apply for, and you're only qualified if you fall within one of those districts, and we're saying we're going to give it to the rest of the state. So I applaud Representative Exum in bringing this bill. Representative Exum, I know that you have absolutely the best of intent with this bill. We need this policy in Colorado, but I would ask for a yes vote on this amendment. We need to find a better funding source.
Representative Rankin.
Well, thank you for listening to the debate, members. I know the majority party has the vote. I know Metropolitan Colorado has the vote. But that, we need to consider sometime what the right thing to do for the members of our state who don't have the vote here in this House. And this is the right thing to do. These funds ought to be used to help offset, ameliorate the impacts of federal land mineral development. That's what the federal statute says. That's what the Colorado statute says. We can make this a unanimous vote for a good bill if we just change the funding source. And this is not a small amount of money. This is a big deal. It's $6.5 million over a 2-year period, taken away from programs that would have a direct impact on schools and, by the way, fire departments who apply for these grants, as Representative Wright pointed out. So, I appeal to you to let's pass this amendment and let's unanimously pass the bill.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, there's a few of us in this chamber that have dealt with fires in our district, and I spent part of my last weekend dealing with victims of the Lower North Fork fire, and it's been the greatest disappointment in my time in the legislature that I haven't been able to do what I had hoped to be able to do for those individuals. Representative Gardner was incredible, and the bill that we ran to help members of my district So it's not that I don't understand what the bill sponsor is trying to do. I really get it. And he knows better than I do what the impacts are because he's in the profession. But one of the things that we're charged to do in the legislature is to legislate with the greatest amount of balance as we possibly can. And what we try to do is trying to not pick favorites. Now, naturally, when you have an area that has a higher population density, you're going to have a greater concentration of funds there. But when you have a funding source that is very specifically designated to a particular area, not based on its population, but rather based on activities that take place within that area, and you deny that area their due dollars, and you decide to use those dollars in a way that does violate a federal agreement and does violate a state agreement, regardless of what legislation is passed in the past, you're doing an injustice to some people in Colorado. And one of the things that before I ran, former Representative Rob Whitwer always told me, he said, vote your conscience, vote your district, vote your party. I'm supporting this amendment because in my conscience, I know this is the right thing to do. Is it right for my district? Nope, it's not. But these dollars should be coming to these individuals within those impacted areas. These dollars should not be going to the state in general. If they were supposed to be, the federal laws would have read differently, statute would read differently, but those dollars were specifically designated for those areas. The policy on the bill is really good. The funding source completely sours me from it because I care about those smaller areas. My district has never said, Evergreen Fire has never said no to a tax increase. They've never said no. Idledale, which is in my district, I don't think they've ever said yes. So my problem is that, do you do the right thing? This amendment is the right thing. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L004? Seeing none, the question before us is a division has been called for. Will all the members not permitted in the chamber please take their leave or take their seats? All those.
Their eating schedule doesn't matter to us. Let's go. People are getting dinner, so just wait.
Let's try to get all the members back in the chamber. I know some have adjourned for dinner. What do you think? Think we're ready?
Do you remember it?
No, yeah. Would everyone in the chamber supporting Amendment L004 please stand by their desks? And remain standing until the vote is counted. Please take your seats. All opposed to the amendment, please stand and remain standing. You may stand by Representative McNulty's desk. The amendment fails. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 046? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 46. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Senate Bill 46 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 50. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to proceed out of order for House Bill 1392.
Seeing no objection, we will proceed out of order to House Bill 1392. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1392.
House Bill 1392 by Representatives Lawrence and Becker concerning a prohibition on the use of simulated gambling devices.
Get our amendments ready, quick.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1392 and the Business Committee report.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence. To the Business, Labor, Economic, Workforce Development Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Business, Labor, Economic, and Workforce Development Committee, we added a couple of amendments just clarifying that this bill does not include legal bingo games and changing the date of its enactment to July 1st. And I asked for an aye vote on the committee report.
Is there any further discussion on the Business Labor Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the Business Labor Committee report. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is basically a clarifying bill that the Attorney General asked for to clarify that internet sweepstakes cafes are in fact illegal gambling. These are cafes that have opened up in gas stations and malls that require that someone buy something to then be able to play basically simulated gambling at kiosks. And gaming is only allowed in 3 areas of the state of Colorado. This is not in those areas. This is gambling. Gambling is highly regulated. These entities are not regulated at all. So House Bill 1392 merely clarifies that internet sweepstakes cafes are a Class 3 misdemeanor.
We would ask for an aye vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Navarro.
Thank you. First and foremost, I just want to make it clear that if these businesses were operating illegally, they would be shut down. I have 6 businesses in Pueblo, Colorado. With the amendments that were added as of July 1, they will be shut down. They are not breaking any laws, and it's a sweepstakes. I am urging a no vote on this bill.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I would just recognize for members, the Pueblo City Council and others in Pueblo have actually recognized that we have a growing problem with this this issue, and I would urge an aye vote on House Bill 1392.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I received a phone call from one of the council members in Aurora that they are also seeing a growing problem with these internet cafes. And what they're finding is that they're having some problems with social issues in the neighborhoods and gambling problems in those neighborhoods. So even though the proprietors of these businesses will claim that they're not gambling establishments, they actually fit under the rules of what a gambling establishment is. And because they have found a thin gray area between what's legal and illegal in the state, that's why we need the clarifying language of this bill to make sure that it's very clear to the CBI and the AG's office, who both support this bill, along with the CDAC, that what these operators are doing is illegal in the state of Colorado. As Representative Becker had said, gaming is allowed in 3 locations in the state per our Constitution: Cripple Creek, Blackhawk, and Central City. Those are the 3 areas that it's allowed. These businesses operate outside those areas, and I would ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this bill. I was wondering, though, if it would be more appropriate if I spoke from the northwest balcony where my name placard was affixed. Maybe not. Members, we heard testimony in committee on this bill. If it looks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. And these computers that are in these facilities display slot machine-like images. We're told that they should not fall under the gambling statutes because there is no chance. Well, at that point, I asked the question, if there is no chance, then you are either guaranteed to win something or you're guaranteed to lose. And as a matter of fact, often in these establishments, you're absolutely guaranteed never to win anything. This is purely for the entertainment value. So for them to classify themselves, at least on the surface, as a gambling establishment with a chance of winning is simply not fair to their consumers. I think this bill is appropriate and will protect consumers in the state of Colorado. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1392? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1392. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Hey, opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1392 is adopted. Mr. Majority, Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to proceed out of order for House Bill 1391.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order to House Bill 1391. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1391.
House Bill 1391 by Representatives Becker and Priola, also Senators Kerr and Hill, concerning the authority of the Treasurer of a public governmental entity to make payments by means of a check.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1391 and request that it be read. No, just kidding. Members, this is a really...
To the Finance Committee report?
And the Finance Committee report. Members, in Finance, we simply amended it to put a safety clause on because the RFPs that the Treasurer's Office as well as University of Colorado are negotiating with banks right now, they need this sooner rather than later. The bill is relatively straightforward. It just adds checks to where it says warrants in the statute. Although it is 18 pages, it's basically a clarifying cleanup bill. That's for my vote.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of the committee report. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Representative Becker to the bill.
I ask for an aye vote on House Bill 1391. It just brings many of our agencies into the 21st century in terms of how they are able to pay their bills.
Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1391, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1391. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1391 is adopted. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1393.
Seeing no objection, we will move to House Bill 1393. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of House Bill 1393.
House Bill 1393 by Representative Giroux, also Senator Hodge, concerning clarification regarding the treatment of federal funds for purposes of Section 20 of Article 10 of the state constitution.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1393. There is no committee report.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, House Bill 1393 just codifies what's already in our state constitution, but gives assurances to our local government and counties that federal dollars that come into the state and go down to the counties or to local entities are still federal dollars and not a part of a Tabor limitation. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion of House Bill 1393? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1393. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1393 is adopted. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move to proceed out of order for Senate Bill 118.
Seeing no objection, we will move to Senate Bill 118. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 118.
Senate Bill 118 by Senator Stebbins, also Representative Melton, concerning improving protections for individuals with disabilities.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 118. There is no committee report. And I'll proceed, Mr. Chair. House Bill 118 is a bill that really helps our disabled communities across Colorado. This bill brings the recent changes in 2009 with the federal ADA definitions and statutes, thank you so much, up to date, or brings our statutes up to date with the federal statutes, and as well it provides a little bit more protections in making sure that we're not discriminating against those in Colorado that are living with disabilities. And with that being said, I also move Amendment L023 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L023 has been properly moved and displayed. To the amendment, Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Amendment L023 is just a technical cleanup. A couple of sections of statute were incorrectly referenced, and so I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on Amendment L023? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage. Representative Melton. All in favor of Amendment L023, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Amendment L023 is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I ask for an aye vote. This is really important that we get our departments and agencies in the state on board and in compliance with all the federal changes in the law. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Representative Melton and Senator Stebbins for bringing this bill forward. I don't know if you've been listening in the lobby, ladies and gentlemen, but the disabilities community is classifying this as a major bill for them and would really appreciate your support. The ADA has been in effect since 1990. They've been waiting for Colorado to catch up to the ADA since 1990, and this bill goes a long way toward doing that. And so I encourage all members to please support this bill. Thank you.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in support of this bill. I've handled cases involving the ADA, and I think this will really improve the understanding here in Colorado of the Act and how we apply it here in our state. So I think it's a great bill and urge your support.
Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 118? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 118. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 118 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 50.
Senate Bill 50 by Senator Aguilar, also Representative Moreno, concerning financial assistance to Colorado hospitals in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 50 and the Legislative Council Committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Legislative Council Committee simply struck the legislative participation from this committee. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Legislative Council Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Legislative Council Committee report. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Representative Moreno, to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, it's a pleasure to bring to you Senate Bill 50. What this is a companion bill to a bill that the legislature passed in 2012, Senate Bill 12-134, which established certain standards in which hospitals could charge uninsured patients, the maximum that they could charge uninsured patients. This bill is a companion bill to that to make sure that people who are uninsured, who have no access to health insurance, will be notified of hospitals' charity care policies, will be notified of possible financial assistance that may be available to them on their financial statements. It's important that these folks have this information so that they're able to afford the care that they do receive. I would ask for an aye vote.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L015 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L015 has been properly moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment just repeals the committee as of December 31st, 2014.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a friendly amendment. I appreciate Representative Landgraf working with us on this. The hospital standards, Hospital Financial Assistance Standards Committee that we did set up in the bill. It's just making sure that once their work is completed that the committee is repealed, so ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further, Representative Landgraf?
I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 015? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Amendment 015. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 015 is adopted. Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Moreno, for this bill. But there are some issues. When the hospital will give you the bill, it does not show everything. Many of you may know or may not know, even this was before my time, there was a bill passed which actually is called hospital provider fee. Actually, it is a tax. By all practical purposes, every day a patient occupies a bed in the hospital is supposed to put this fee on the bill. But interestingly, the way the original bill was written, that the hospital shall not include any amount of the provider fee as a separate line item in its billing statement. Well, this is wrong. Because when you are giving somebody a bill, you want to show everything that you are charging them for. This bed tax, as I call it, it is every day the patient occupies the bed. So this could actually end up in hundreds of dollars. So what we need to know, if you are going to ask the patient to pay a certain bill and then give them different kind of arrangements to pay their bills, they have to know exactly what they are paying. True. So I ask that we need to take this into consideration, and for that reason, I am moving Amendment L018, and I ask it to be displayed.
Amendment L018 has been properly moved and is currently displayed. Please proceed, Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Member, this is very simple amendment. All it does, it removes this particular line from the statute so that hospitals' bills will be what they are. It would be exactly showing what a person is paying being in the hospital. So I ask for your yes vote.
Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Joshi, thank you for bringing this amendment. You know, when we're looking at financial assistance in Colorado for hospitals, that is what the hospital provider fee is for, is it provides them financial assistance. So providing financial assistance for Colorado hospitals, hospital provider fee, brings down Medicaid dollars, so there's definitely a direct correlation. And I think if we're looking at financial assistance for hospitals and the assistance they're getting, I think we need to be honest with the patients, what they're paying and what their final bills are, and allowing them to see how their bill is actually calculated and all those different line items. So Representative Joshi, thanks for bringing this great amendment to increase transparency on these on their bills. And I urge an aye vote as well on L018.
Representative Swalm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a good amendment. One of the things that we're going to be discussing tomorrow is how to lower hospital costs, and that is an absolutely crucial thing to do if we're going to get more people, quote, in the pool, close quote. That's really the key issue that was unaddressed in the Affordable Care Act, and something that the state, I think, needs to begin really focusing on. How do we lower health care costs? Because if we can make health care more affordable, more people will sign up for it. And one of the key aspects of what we're going to be discussing tomorrow is transparency. I think we all know that is a very important issue when it comes to health care. And so I think this is a perfect, ties in perfectly with that effort to make healthcare more transparent. So, Representative Joshi, good amendment. I certainly urge a yes vote.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, first of all, I think this amendment, this is a completely different citation of the statute that is talked about in the bill. This bill is not about the hospital provider fee. It is about financial assistance for patients in Colorado hospitals. For that reason, Mr. Chair, I would ask for a title ruling.
Okay, title ruling has been requested. The committee will stand in a brief recess. Back to order. The chair rules that the amendment does fit under the title. Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. This is simply not about the hospital provider fee. This is about financial assistance for uninsured patients. If you want to make this about something bigger than it is, about the hospital provider fee, that's fine. Run a different bill. But this is not what this bill is about. I ask for a no vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
But thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, members, when we're talking about financial assistance to patients, well, one of the costs to patients is this hospital provider fee that gets tacked onto their charges. So why should the patient have that charge hidden from them? Why should they not be given all of the information as to why their costs are so high? And looking at ways that they can offset those high costs. Members, this is just about taking this bill and making it a little bit more transparent for the consumer, the patients. And that's why I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Minority Leader, explaining that. Members, the way the hospital provider fee works is hospitals are taxed, and then federal government gives exactly the same matching grant, then the whole thing goes into a big pot, and then it's divided among the hospitals, and the hospitals which provide uninsured and underinsured care, they get more money out of it. So this amendment fits right there, because we are talking about people who are getting financial assistance, but when they get financial assistance, what happens? The hospital gets the financial assistance. So it's exactly related to it. And that's why I'm asking for yes vote on this amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clever amendment. I'd ask for a no vote. No, not because it's clever. There's a lot cleverer things we could do, but I'm not going to give you any ideas. But what we're talking about here with the hospital provider fee is something, and actually Representative Joshi explained it pretty well. There's a fee charge. That fee then goes into a pot, goes up to the federal government. The federal government matches it, comes back down, gets distributed based on the type of people we serve and who those hospitals serve. What doesn't get reflected in this is the money that's going back to the hospitals. The hospitals actually net are doubling their money. And so hospitals are better off. That's why when we ran the hospital provider fees, the Hospital Association and others supported that bill, because we are paying for these people regardless. This way, we actually deal with it in a much more fiscally responsible way that actually helps our hospitals deal with uncompensated care that they're providing anyway. If you want to go back to the days, or well, actually we haven't had days like that where we, at least recently, where we just let people die on the streets and don't let them serve in the hospital, we can go there. But if we don't think that people should die in the streets, then we should actually pay for that care. This is a better way for paying for that care with the hospital provider fee than other ways in all of our insurance.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Ferrandino, you must be a little older than me because, or Mr. Speaker, must be a little older than me because I don't remember in my lifetime where people were dying in the streets. But I guess if you say that a fiscally responsible way is jacking up other people's bills and then not showing them that they're having their bill increase as a result, so we can offset costs somewhere else as a fiscally responsible way, I guess I can't really, you know, we're probably on two different planets on that one. So I do urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. I will...
Chairman.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, but I am thinking about the Speaker, the comments he made. You know, it's funny to think that, yeah, this hospital tax really is kind of a, how shall I describe it? It's a kind of a shell game. Have you ever seen the Bronco game where they put the ball under the helmets and they move them around so quick and you try and follow it? Well, that's a pretty good description of how the hospital tax works. It all comes from the feds and then they redistribute it, and it's hard to know exactly where it's going. But remember this about the hospital tax. It's coming from the feds. And how much is our national debt at this point? Last I heard, it was about 16 trillion. So is that an important issue? I think it is. But we don't, 17 trillion, excuse me. Forgive me if I've understated it. And I think when you figure in the additional kind of unfunded liabilities that we've committed ourselves to, it makes that, even that figure pale.
Representative Swam, please speak to the amendment. We're not talking about the national debt here.
Well, again, I think it's important that we let people know what's going on, rather than playing a shell game with people and trying to hide information from them. It's important that we let them know what's going on, and that's all that this amendment does. This is one reason why hospital bills are high. And let me just say one other thing. The way that the hospital tax works is that it intentionally says that this fee needs to be redistributed from more affluent parts of the state to less affluent parts. So if you represent a more affluent part of the state, guess what? Your constituents are particularly suffering from this hospital tax. So I think this is a good amendment, and I urge a yes vote.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm all for transparency and reflecting what an actual cost is to the patient when they're charged something. The provider fee isn't a cost to the patient. No, they don't pay it. No, it's paid by the hospital. And so, you know, are we going to put the light bill on, the gas bill on, et cetera? I mean, that doesn't make sense to me. This bill is about costs. It's for the actual patient and assistance on letting them know what other financials remedies are available for them to use. And, you know, if we want to have a total cost accounting of a hospital, that's a totally different bill. I asked for a no vote.
Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the last time I looked, the way the hospital works is I buy insurance and I go to the hospital. My insurance pays the hospital bill and I pay the insurance. So it's kind of a pass-through, not just the hospital pays the fee, but the insurance company and ultimately the person who's insured. The person who is insured also pays for those who aren't insured. So ultimately, it's you and I who pay it.
Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. The Assistant Minority Leader is exactly laser focused here. Even though it said that the hospitals don't pay or the patient doesn't pay, well, the insurance company ultimately pays the bills for everybody. When insurance company pays the bill, how do they make the money? They charge us the insurance premium. So ultimately, we and all the patients pay for it too. And we have to know these things. We have to know before I pay my bills, I want to know what I'm paying and whether I should be paying. So all these things are kind of interrelated. And that's why I think this amendment is very important and we all should know. And if we are talking about transparency, that's it. Here it is, the transparency. So let's vote for this. Yes.
Representative Humphrey.
Still works. Libby didn't break it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know. My head's still spinning about how we got from this amendment to people dying in the street. But this bill is talking about adding things to the billing statement, and I think this is a totally appropriate amendment for transparency's sake to add this item to a billing statement. It makes sense to me. things that are missing from a billing statement. This is a big one that's missing. For transparency's sake, thank you, Representative Joshi. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion of Amendment L018, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L018. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The noes have it. L018 is lost. To the bill, Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I renew my motion in support of Senate Bill 50.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I'm going to urge a no vote. We're trying to put together some kind of a study, and it talks about informing each patient on each billing statement, talking about all the things that need to go on that billing statement. Since we're not going to be completely transparent with the patient about all of their costs, I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question is the adoption of Senate Bill 50. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 50 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, would you please read the title of Senate Bill 73?
Senate Bill 73 by Senator John, also Representative Giroux, concerning the state income tax credit for the environmental remediation of contaminated land in the state in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 73 and the Finance Committee report.
To the Finance Committee report, Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, the Finance Committee report really did one thing. This bill had a 10-year sunset when it went into finance, and when it left finance, it had a 5-year sunset. Members, I ask for a no vote on the committee report. I've spoken with the chair of the Finance Committee. She knows this is coming. And what we're trying to do, members, is take this bill back to the point that it was at when it came into the House. And I'll be honest with you, we're trying to make peace with the Senate on this and send the bill back to the Senate in the same shape it came into the House. And I ask for an aye vote, or excuse me, I ask for a no vote on the Finance Committee report.
Is there any further discussion of the Finance Committee report? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Giroux, you're asking us to vote no on the committee report so we can make peace with the Senate? It's kind of a tough ask.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minority Leader, I'm asking for a no on the committee report so we don't adopt the committee report and we take the bill back to a 10-year. This is a brownfield tax exemption, and basically, members, what's going on is when the reason I'm taking it back to the 10 years is, I'm going to say it one more time, as an architect, when I work on projects, no, this is serious. I mean, listen to this part. When I work on projects, a lot of times I'll work on projects for over 5 years before they even start breaking ground. The reason we need to keep the 10-year sunset review on this is it takes so long to go through the development process. You are not able to get the tax exemption on this bill until after you've gone through the brownfield process. We'll be able to capture so many more brownfields, take care of those environmental issues that need to be taken care of by maintaining that 10-year sunset review rather than the 5-year that was adopted by the Finance Committee. So, Mr. Minority Leader, I am trying to, okay, peace may not be a right word. Voldemort comes to mind. I ask for a no vote so that we do not adopt the Finance Committee report.
Madam Majority Leader. Okay, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, in all seriousness, though, I did vote no against the amendment that actually put this on in committee, so I think that a no here would be an appropriate vote on this amendment. The reality is what Representative Giroux just talked about. Sometimes these things take so long to get up and get going. 5 years is definitely not long enough for this credit to actually be effective. So I urge a no vote on the committee report.
Is there, Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would support Representative Giroux's motion because, as she said, it takes much longer than 5 years to do this kind of redevelopment, and we need this kind of redevelopment.
Any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Finance Committee report, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. The noes have it. The Finance Committee report is lost. To the bill, Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Thank you very much, because I think we're going to be able to do a whole lot more good with the bill the way it came over from the Senate, as much as I hate to say that. But I do think that the 10-year time frame is important. Members, this bill has been amended quite a bit, but the intent of this is to take those brownfield sites, which would be like old gas stations that you've got, any area within your district that cannot be redeveloped. It could be asbestos. There's a lot of issues, old chemical companies. And basically what this does is it gives those private industry an incentive to come in, redevelop those lands, provide a new redeveloped good piece of real estate that creates tax base for your districts. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Joe, just a quick question. And I was just doing some research on this. Isn't it true that in 2011 the federal government or Congress did not extend this tax credit any longer?
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Salazar, I haven't a clue. I'm not talking about the federal government. I'm talking about the state of Colorado. I'm talking about the brownfields that exist within your district. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Salazar.
Oh, I appreciate that, Representative Giroux. I'm just wondering if you knew the rationale behind the federal government not extending the tax credit anymore. I didn't know if it was because it was no longer needed, or if it was costing too much, or what was going on. But since you don't know about it, I guess I'll have to look it up.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Salazar, I am a state representative. I'm not a federal elected official. I imagine that it's not that we haven't taken care of brownfields, because there are brownfield sites all over the country. It probably had something to do with funding. I don't know. This is about Colorado. This is about brownfields that we have in the state. This bill has been very effective in the past. It was repealed when we were going through the recession. We're not in a recession like we were before, but we still have a real problem with brownfields. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion of Senate Bill 73, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 73. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 73 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 88.
Senate Bill 88 by Senator Newell, Representative Kraft Tharp, concerning the creation of a Suicide Prevention Commission in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Kraft Tharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I move Senate Bill 88, the Health Insurance and Environment Committee, the Legislative Council Committee, and the Appropriations Committee report.
Representative, there's only 2 committee reports. There's no Appropriation Committee report.
Okay.
So to the Ledge Council report.
That's just fine. So the Legislative Council decided to eliminate the legislative member on the commission. I move to approve the Legislative Council report.
Is there any further discussion of the Legislative Council committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Ledge Council report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. The Ledge Council report is adopted. Representative Kraft Tharp to the Health Insurance and Environment Committee.
Thank you. So members, the Health Insurance and Environment Committee was very active and an active participant in this process. So basically, they added 2 more members to the commission, a representative from the School Safety Resource Center with experience in bullying, including cyberbullying, And they separated out and made the agriculture and ranching person a separate person from the oil and gas representative. We also had an amendment asking that the members of the commission have, that it would be ensured that persons of different ethnic backgrounds are represented and that the regions of the state are represented. In addition, we struck down the word youths and replaced that with youth, which is that's the Colorado version. And we also added adults to make sure that adults who would representative of the gay, lesbian, transgender populations are represented. So I ask for an aye vote on this committee report.
Is there any further discussion of the Health Insurance and Environment Committee report? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of the Health Insurance and Environment Committee report. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, did you watch TV last night? If you saw the evening news last night, then you would see that there was a 12-year-old girl, members, a 12-year-old girl who committed suicide because she was being bullied this last week. And her mother came on TV and said she didn't have any recognition, any understanding that this was about to happen with her daughter. In my district, just a matter of like a month and a half ago, a 16-year-old boy went to school on a Monday morning, doused himself with oil, set himself on fire in the cafeteria at Stanley Lake High School. Why does this happen? For me, this bill is what I dedicate to my friend Keith, who I went to law school with, who, after completing his clerkship at the Court of Appeals, drove behind the police station and shot himself in the head. My mentor in high school, Larry Mazinares, depressed because of legal and career issues, was found hanging in the attic of his house. This is just a few examples, members. The rate of suicides in Colorado is consistently ranked in the top 10 in the country. We have the highest level, suicide is the highest level of death for the 10 to 34-year-old age population. Why does this happen? And what are we going to do? Members, that's what this bill is about. It's creating the Suicide Prevention Commission, gathering experts from around the state, gathering experts from all of the different areas around the state, identifying data-driven, evidence-based, clinically informed recommendations on suicide prevention in Colorado so we can make effective recommendations on how we will prevent the death of that 12-year-old girl who died this last week. Members, I'm asking for your support. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Kraft-Tharp, I got a question. I'm kind of confused. Don't we have, or didn't we have at one time, a suicide prevention task force? So I thought there was something that we already had out there that's been going on for a couple years, or went on for a couple years, that may have went away or whatever. I know in years past we've talked about different suicide task force. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what this would do that's actually different than what they've already been studying. I noticed in the bill we have an Office of Suicide Prevention. So they obviously are out there studying and looking at all of these things. What new to the table is this actually going to bring?
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Representative Del Grosso. That's a good question. We do have an Office of Suicide Prevention. It's a small office that has one person plus some administrative support. And what will this bring? This will bring the experts from around the state together so that we can, as I said earlier, we can identify the data-driven, evidence-based, clinically informed recommendations so that what the programming that we bring here to Colorado is not going to be a guess that maybe it will work, but we really will truly look at what's working across the country, be able to identify that and bring that here to Colorado. But that was a very good question, Representative Del Grosso. Thank you.
Representative Swam.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I was in the Health Insurance and Environment Committee when this bill was heard. And the head of the office, we already have an Office of Suicide Prevention in the Health Department. It's been around about 10 years. During that 10 years, with this office already in place, the suicide rate has risen. Now, nobody can argue that suicide is a terrible tragedy and that we should do everything we can, but does it really make sense? And then, does it really make sense to set up yet another entity to look at this? We've already got an Office of Suicide Prevention, and I think the head of that office is a man named, is it Heinemann, Representative? Anyway, the head of the Suicide Prevention Office of Suicide Prevention, they're going to set up another commission to study this problem, which who could argue it's a problem? But what occurred to me as I was thinking about this bill in committee is we're yet going to have another, and I almost dread using this term, but we're going to have another silo. We're going to have this Office of Suicide Prevention, and then we're going to have this commission on the side. And, you know, never the twain shall meet, perhaps, except occasionally, though, like two ships passing in the night. So I just question whether or not this will really be an effective solution. The other thing that concerns me about this bill, if you look at the fiscal note on the bottom of the first page, it says the Department of Public Health is authorized to seek gifts, grants, and donations to fund this program. But they haven't identified any of those gifts, grants, or donations, and they don't anticipate getting any gifts, grants, or donations. So, folks, in the end, this is going to be coming out of general funds. That's really where it is, especially when these commissions don't have any real serious motivation to try and raise money by gifts, grants, and donations. So, laudable goal, a very serious problem. I just don't think this is the right solution. So, I voted no.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was in the Health Insurance and Environment Committee when we heard this, members. Hi. And I have a very personal story. We've heard we don't need this commission. It's going to take more money. But when you consider that many of us, I bet, in our families, have a family member who did commit suicide. My first cousin, his name was Rich. He is a white male, about age 38 he was. He's one of the typical types of persons that do complete suicide. Did you know that 2/3 of suicide persons did not get any treatment? If my cousin Rich had had some treatment, I would think he might still be with me today. When you think we have 1,056 suicides across our state, I do believe that a statewide suicide commission is needed. 1 FTE, a tiny office. How is one person going to take care of this challenge where more people are committing suicide than are killed in automobile accidents or homicides. So let's do the right thing and pass this bill. It's not going to prevent a lot of suicides, but I bet it will seriously reduce it because the people on this commission are going to be coming from all over the state, your district and mine. So I ask for your support on this Senate Bill 88.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to respectfully disagree with some of my colleagues. We did hear this in committee, and I am a yes vote. And what we heard is, although many of our communities do have different sorts of suicide prevention task forces and groups, nothing pulls them together. And the one that we do have truly does have one person in the office. We also heard that in spite of everybody's best efforts, the suicide rate hasn't gone down, but it also hasn't gone up dramatically. So there's some hope that by commissioning this group and coming up with ideas that can work statewide, we could actually at least not see a continued increase. I was a yes vote in committee. I'm going to be a yes vote today, and I encourage you all to join me. Thank you.
Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Krabthar, for this bill. We are not downplaying the problem. We already know what the problem is. What we are really asking is how the Commission will help. This kind of cost is not really cost effective. What we need is probably more mental health care providers, maybe better psychiatric residency programs. We already have some programs here. We have good medical institution here, but they need help. Actually, they are the ones who should be getting the money, and they should be setting up all the commissions like this because they know what they are doing. They do continuous clinical evidence-based research. They know what to do when they find the problem. But spending $82,000 per year for 10 years, which is over $800,000, that's not going to do anything. If we want to know, we need to know now, not 10 years later. So I ask for no on this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, I'm sorry, I'm just out of it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, after hearing and listening to this bill in committee, I was kind of struck at one point, forgetting the gentleman's name, but he was speaking on behalf of the bill, and he was asked, well, you know, what's the expectation here? How much is the suicide rate going to be lowered? And just kind of silence for a moment, and went back on talking generally about the importance of studying the question. So, I mean, that's kind of my big concern here is we do all this, we talk about this, but in the end, is this the way that you lower this kind of a top-down approach? And I'm just not convinced of that at all. And I was a no vote in committee, and I will be a respectful no vote here today, or today and on thirds. But you know, this is a really important issue. It's a huge issue. But I think that, you know, really the bottom line is going to be that what we need are strong families and strong communities, and at the core of that is the faith and you know, there's tons of studies out there that show that faith and religion are just huge protective factors when it comes to suicide. And I think we already have a pretty good idea of how to deal with this, and so I don't think that this is necessary.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I absolutely respect Representative Krafthart for bringing this bill, but I feel that this needs to be something that's more locally in your own communities, and bringing a statewide doesn't have the answers, nor will it have the answers compared to the suicide preventions in the communities. And I have worked with them. The stories would just break your heart. But I still don't think that a statewide program with this amount of monies would benefit, so I ask for a no on this bill. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I take a bit of a different view on this, and I'm going to tell you why I support this. I respect what Rep. Humphrey said about certainly family and religion and those issues as protective factors. There's no doubt about it. But there are a lot of families of faith, and including recently a very famous pastor, Rick Warren, whose son committed suicide. And so really, we have issues. Suicide is the #1 issue, particularly amongst our youth. Safe to Tell, the program that many of us have supported here within this legislature over the years, cites that suicide is one of the #1 issues that they deal with on a daily basis, trying to prevent or report or stop. Members, I think what is smart about this is that we need a number of areas to start talking and dialoguing about this very uncomfortable issue. And so much of this rests with depression. So much of our kids in depression, some not getting the medication they need, some getting the medication they need, but it's not working. This is such a complicated issue, and I do not see a reason to run from it. I think we need to be running towards it and seeking answers and finding answers as a state so that we know how to help school districts, so that we know how to help law enforcement. And it's for that reason I'm going to be supportive of this bill.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you. Members, thank you for the vigorous conversation. This is an issue that I think we all need to be concerned about, and I appreciate everybody's investment. Members, this is a good bill. This is a step forward. I'm asking for your support. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 88. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 88 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 115.
Senate Bill 115 by Senators Roberts and Schwartz, also Representatives Fisher and Quorum, concerning procedural requirements applicable to state water plans in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 115 and the report from the Committee on Appropriations, report from Ledge Council, and the report from the Agriculture Committee.
To the Appropriations report, Representative Fisher. Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, what Appropriations did is added a little bit of money to us, about $2,212, if I remember right.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the Legislative Council report, Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ledge Council decided that was $100 too much money, so they took it back away from us. So they took $100 from us.
Seeing no further discussion on the Legislative Council report, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Legislative Council report is adopted. Now to the Agriculture, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee report. Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the Ag Committee, what we did was passed a small amendment that allows for the discretion of the Interim Water Resources Review Committee to meet and hold field hearings in geographic areas of the major river basins in the state prior to the trigger date of August 1st, that's stated in the bill at the chairman's discretion. And this is the purpose for this is to take advantage of opportunities that might arise if the interim water committee is meeting in one of those basins, we can go ahead and have a field hearing associated with that meeting. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Agricultural, Livestock, and Natural Resources Committee report. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. That report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Coram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a great bill. This is an example of representatives standing up for the people they represent. Ask for a yes vote.
Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure to work with Representative Coram on this in bipartisan support. What this bill does, in essence, is it defines the legislature's role in the adoption and development of the Colorado Water Plan, and I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 115. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 115 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 153.
Senate Bill 153 by Senators Heath and Cadman, also Representatives Del Grosso and Hollinghorst, concerning compensation of members of the General Assembly appointed to and serving on state entities in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Ledge Council Zuma.
Mr. Minority Leader, Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 153 and the committee report from Legislative Council.
To the Legislative Council report, Representative Mr. Minority Leader, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ledge Council was basically just looks like it was a clarifying amendment, and I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Legislative Council report. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Legislative Council report is adopted. To the bill, Madam Majority Leader.
Don't we have an appropriate?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill establishes uniform payments for per diem and travel expenses for members of the General Assembly who are statutorily appointed to serve on state entities, boards, commissions, committees, and so forth. And so this is a very important bill just to make sure we standardize this and people get paid for the work that they do, particularly those folks from outside of the metropolitan area who have to travel. And here I ask for a yes vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, this is a good bill. I echo all the comments of the Majority Leader. And Representative Humphrey, if you run a bill with the Majority Leader instead of the Speaker, you have a better chance of passing the bill. So I urge an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 153. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 153 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 166.
Senate Bill 166 by Senators Carroll and Rivera, also Representatives Tyler and Garcia, concerning the development of mobile application software in the Colorado Office of Economic Development that users may access to identify local businesses in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 166. There are no committee reports.
To the bill, please.
I move L003 and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you. Amendment L003 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this bill does is provide the opportunity to create a Buy Colorado app so that wherever you are in the state of Colorado, you can use this app and see what local businesses are in your area. What the amendment does in this case is say that the database that's created to do that is an open source database that with proper security, of course, anybody can have access to and write an app for that. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L003. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L003 is adopted. Representative Tyler.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. This bill basically, as stated, creates the opportunity to create an app so that there's a database of Colorado local businesses, and wherever you are in the state, you can look and see how can I buy local if that's indeed what I want to do. In addition, the way this is put together is that Colorado does a Go Code Colorado program that allows people to come in and write applications to data, and this is how the actual app is created. So it's open to anybody who wants to create apps, and people can write apps that do different things. And where's my local business? Right here. Or I'm going to drive to Grand Junction to see Representative Scott. And if I'm going to do that, then I want to see every local coffee shop between here and Grand Junction so I don't run out of coffee. It's up to the developer to do whatever they like. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate what Representative Tyler said, that you know, this is open to everyone, and the data being available to everyone. I think in the spirit of openness and making this available to everybody, I'd move L006 and ask that it be displayed.
L006 has been properly moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L006 would amend the bill so that the procurement code would be used. It was my impression during the committee hearing that one vendor in particular seems to view this as an opportunity for him or for his company. And I think that we need transparency and make sure that any app vendor out there in Colorado or beyond who wants to participate in creating this app, if this bill becomes law, let's make sure that that open and transparent process is used, and anyone and everyone who wants to bid on this and make the app better has the opportunity to ask for an aye vote.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote. This is absolutely unnecessary. What's happening is that we are spending money to create a database that is available to anybody in Colorado, and anybody can code to this database. And that's what the money's going for the maintenance of the database. And it doesn't matter whether it's some, you know, they're not going to contract for somebody to do a app necessarily. That wasn't the point. They don't have somebody that says, oh, we got this wired in here. They're going to create an app. That's not what this is. It opens it up to anybody. And if you go to the Colorado Data Marketplace, you can see a number of data sets. And in those data sets, anybody can go there and download whatever they want. Or they can use two different APIs that allow anybody to connect to that API and create an app. And that's what this does. There's no need for a procurement code here at all.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, then I have to assume then that the office shall contract with one specific vendor and that decision has already been made, and that this bill is about handing over a piece of business to one specific company. So, Representative Tyler, am I incorrect about that? And if so, please explain what transparent process was used to select that vendor.
Representative Tyler.
You are incorrect.
Representative Wright. Oh, Representative Holbert.
Thank you. So I guess the answer is I'm incorrect. We don't use the procurement code that is in statute. So therefore, we're selecting the person, the company that will be contracted, because that's what the bill says. We're going to give a piece of business to someone outside of the statutory process. So if that's what you support, then go ahead and vote for that. But this amendment abides by statute. It makes that process transparent, and it tells the taxpayers that will be paying for this that the decision hasn't already been made. Something stinks here, members, and I think we have found the problem. What we need to do is pass this amendment and be transparent, go through the statutory process. If this bill becomes law, let's be transparent with the taxpayers' dollars in selecting the vendor that will actually have this contract.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I support Amendment L006. Representative Tyler, the problem I have with this is it was Representative Garcia, I believe, that presented this bill in committee, and I know that you probably weren't there until the end. However, what we heard in testimony from the witness on this bill, which was the executive director of Buy Colorado, was that he did not even realize that this cost of $85,000 to an OIT contractor was in the bill. The issue that's raised there is he testified that he believed it was a legacy contractor that was going to be contracted with within OEDIT or OIT to develop the app. So what I'm hearing you say down here in the well is different from what we heard others say in committee, which was that this would not be an open contract to private app developers, and that it would be developing an app within OIT. So I think with that testimony, L006 is certainly appropriate. I think this ought to be open to all private app developers in the state through the procurement code.
Mr. Minority Leader, Representative Del Grosso.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Tyler, I'll ask the same question again. I think my two previous folks have asked as well. It says, the office shall contract for the creation, management, and operation. So the bill's talking about it's going to go contract out. So instead of contract, we're going to go through the procurement code. Now you somehow say that's not necessary because it's already done. So is it already done? Is there a contract? There's not a contract. Are they not doing a contract? That's kind of what our confusion is. So if you're saying that this isn't necessary, that means there's already a contract there. Maybe you could help clear up some confusion.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, let me give you an example of how this works. The state of Colorado has data sets. And the data set may be, show me every place in Colorado where there is a health service center. And that's available online. Secretary of State has a database. And the Secretary of State's database has businesses that list themselves in that Secretary of State database. That database is available on the Colorado Data Marketplace for this app. Anybody who wants to code to that database can do so. If you look at the bill, there's nothing in the bill that says there's a particular contractor here. Anybody who wants to can do that. That's the beauty of open source, and the purpose of Amendment L003 is real clear. The office shall make data in the local business mobile application database available to other application developers. In doing so, the office shall take all appropriate steps to maintain the security of the database and information used therein to make sure there's security. Now, what they probably will be doing, there's an event called Go Code Colorado. Last year there was a hackathon, and they provide tools and say, you can get, here's the API that allows you to connect this database and talk to it at any given time. And they have contests. They say, everybody goes to this. And they have prize money and say, hey, you come to this and you can get a prize money. However, that doesn't mean anybody else in the state of Colorado or in the United States does not have the same opportunity to connect to that database and write whatever app they want. This is the beauty of open source data, and this is where we should be moving in the state of Colorado on a consistent basis to make all of the public data available to the public for anybody to be able to go out there and code to it, to invent whatever app they want. This is pure free market enterprise.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if it's free market, why is the state spending $86,000 when it says they will procure the services in an information technology contractor? So that doesn't mean anything about kids at a hackathon or anything like that. This is procuring the services and of information technology contractor to build the app. So I guess I'm kind of confused as maybe the fiscal notes written improperly or something, and maybe that's why there's confusion. But when we're spending almost $100,000 over the course between the 14-15, 15-16 budget, what's the $100,000 going to in this free market bill?
Representative Tyler.
As I have mentioned previously, it takes work to create and maintain a database. The Office of Information Technology has been working with the Secretary of State's office and the judiciary for quite some time to put a database together. You have to upload new data, you have to manage security, you have to manage the API. The Office of Information Technology often contracts through the normal procedures of contracting with people to do their work that's outside the area of their direct expertise. Now, they do have one person in the Office of Information Technology who is a database junkie, who's really good at it. But that doesn't mean that one person can upload the data on a monthly basis, can scrub the data, can do the data translations and do the data connectors to take data that looks like ABC over here and turn it into CBA. That's a normal function of Office of Information Technology, and they run that through their normal systems. And after they do that, anybody can code to it.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I used to serve on the State Internet Portal Authority Board, and I know that they do many projects for free, and I wonder if they have been asked to be involved in this project potentially and could do it at no charge to the state. They have a wonderful relationship with OIT. They already are working with departments throughout the state. Have they been consulted to see if they might be able to create this app for us?
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it seems like we're talking about two different things. The folks on my side here seem to agree that after this app is created and this data is brought into a database, it would be open source and people could access it. There's no argument about that. Who writes the app to make that happen? Who is the outsourced internet technology contractor that's talked about in the bill and the fiscal note? Who is that? And has that contractor been selected? If they haven't, then let's use this amendment to make sure that it's happened in a transparent way. If that contractor who will write that application that'll make all that data flow out into the open source world, if that person has been contracted, who is it? And why wasn't this transparent process used? We're talking about apples and oranges. Our side isn't asking about, well, who's going to be selected to use the open source data after this application is used. I'm asking, I think my colleagues are asking us, who will get paid this $96,000 that's in the fiscal note to be the outsourced IT consultant to write this application? Who is it? And have they been selected already? Or will there be some transparent process? And that's all this amendment asks to do.
Representative Tyler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me try this from another perspective. There is a fiscal note here. If you notice the date on the fiscal note is April 1st. This bill came over fairly recently from the Senate. When I was asked to carry this bill, I called Aaron Kennedy and asked him, what are you doing here? And he says, well, some people came to us with an idea. And I said, well, do they have to do that? No, they don't have to do that. Will their database be open? Let me check. Oh, yes, it will be open. Oh, by the way, can we add the Secretary of State's database to this? What a good idea. Let's go ahead and do that. And then I said, can anybody code to this? Show me. Tell me what the protocols are, the hooks that allow people to talk to this data directly. Oh, those hooks. Oh, I didn't, when I went to the data marketplace, I didn't understand they were there, but now I know they're there. And this is where this is going to live. And oh, by the way, there's something called Go Code Colorado that's going to have a big event this coming week where they're going to open it up and anybody can code to it. So the app is available to anybody. The fiscal note started with an idea that says, we got somebody that says they got an idea. That's not in the statute. And the amendment that I offered in particular was offered to make sure that that data is available to anybody who wants to create an app.
Representative Wright, do you still what?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to clarify, Representative Tyler, we are now putting this information out for any private app developer to use, as well as, though, as the bill is still currently written, while the intent may have changed, the bill is still currently written to specifically develop an app within the department. So is the department still going to develop its own app that would then be in competition with these private app developers' creation of their own apps?
Representative Tyler?
I'm sorry. I really felt that I was answering that when I said it's available through Go Code Colorado. At this point, they're creating a database. and they're putting it out there for everybody to have a direction at and make it happen. And people can write a better app or a worse app. A recent example of apps, by the way, is the taxi companies have an app. It's not very good. The apps that are created by TNCs are really good. So maybe somebody will create a really bad app, and maybe somebody will create a really good app, but whoever wants to do it can do it.
Representative Holbert, did you?
Well, it seems, thank you, Madam Chair. It seems as though we're having two different conversations at the same time. We get to page 2, state expenditures. In fiscal year 14-15, the bill increases state expenditures by $86,000 in the OEDIT. As summarized in Table 1, the OEDIT will use the services of the Office of Information Technology, OIT, to procure the services of an information technology contractor. Who is, Representative Tyler, who is that information technology contractor?
Representative Salazar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess, Representative Holbert, I would like to ask you a question. This amendment here, it makes the assumption that OEDIT is not part of the procurement system or that they don't have to follow the procurement rules. Do you have any evidence that they are exempted from using the procurement code as required by statute? Because I guess my review of it is that they are already part of the procurement code process, and so there would be some transparency in that. They would have to follow the procurement rules, and I'm just wondering why this amendment is being brought when you haven't presented any evidence at all that they are exempted from procurement. Seems to me that this is just a superfluous amendment. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Holbert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the reason that I think that this is a problem, because in the hearing, it was pretty obvious to me, and I think other members of the committee, that there was one individual who seemed to be that contractor. So if we're running a bill to pay somebody $96,000 over a 2-year period, $86,000 this year, I thought it was worth asking, has that person already been selected? And if so, why are we running a bill now to pay that person if they've already been selected? If that is the contract already signed? I'd like to know, because it seems like we're doing this backwards. It seems like we would run this bill and then an open and transparent process would take place and a contractor would be selected from people, companies that apply to say, yeah, we're qualified to do this work. We've done this work before. Here's our bid. Maybe they have experience working with this state or others, but we don't know any of that. Maybe it's not our place to pry. But I think it's at least worth asking the question in this amendment, and this amendment doesn't require anything additional. And by the way, Representative Salazar, this isn't a courtroom. I don't have to come up with evidence and prove my case. I have to abide by the statute, and that's all this amendment seeks to do. It's not any additional burden. It's just, let's follow the law. And there was clear indication, at least in my opinion, in the committee hearing, that there was one person who felt like this decision has already been made. So I'd like to know, has it? If so, who is it? And was the process transparent? All this amendment does is say, let's make sure we use the statutory process and make that decision in a transparent way for the people of Colorado who pay taxes.
Okay, the next person I had was Mr. Assistant Majority Leader Representative Pabon. I don't see him, so Representative Sane, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure why we're arguing over this amendment. This seems like this is common sense. I mean, if this is free market, as the sponsor says, if this is free market, then we should have some kind of transparency. Otherwise, you have a free market that you're walking with a choke chain. I mean, this is not free market. So let's make it transparent. This amendment is a good amendment. I urge a yes vote.
Representative Del Grosso, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to beat the dead horse a couple more times. Legislative declaration. It can't be any more clear than what the bill says. The bill sponsor can say different things. I'm reading directly from the bill. The General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that the Colorado Office of Economic Development is directed to contract for the development of a local business mobile app software. So we're directing them to go out and contract. No appathons, nothing else. It says directly in the declaration, contract. We're saying if you're going to contract, go through the procurement code. As Representative Salazar says, they might already be subject to that. Well, if that's the case, then this does nothing and it doesn't hurt by going on. Well, you're right. We're wasting everybody's time, and you could have accepted the amendment, and we couldn't have argued for 30 minutes about it. So I urge an aye vote on the amendment.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you're right, Representative Holver. This isn't a court of law. But when you bring an amendment like this, without being able to articulate the fact that OEDIT doesn't belong to the procurement system, that you want to bring them in because you want to have transparency, when you bring no evidence whatsoever that they're not already part of the procurement system, it makes one wonder why you want this. Because it seems that they are already part of the procurement system. Why would you want to have this redundancy in state statute when they're already doing this? That's just a question that I was asking. It's not a court of law, and I was wondering if you had the information on it, but it's apparent that you're not going off of any knowledge about it. Instead, you're going off of what you heard in committee and what you're presupposing. You presuppose that someone had a contract already signed, but you don't even know that one either. So it does beg the question, why this amendment if you don't have any information to show that it's needed?
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, Representative Salazar, I offer as Exhibit 1, Senate Bill 14-166. In this bill, as evidence to my case, it indicates that a contractor will be hired, and we are directing the department in statute to do that. You asked for evidence. The question was raised, Representative Salazar, because of this bill. Could the department use this bill to say, oh, we're not supposed to go through the procurement process because this bill says we're supposed to contract with them directly? I think it does. I think that I have colleagues that were in the committee hearing who had the same concern. So if it doesn't, then this amendment makes sense. If all the evidence I need is Senate Bill 166, and I present to you for your consideration the bill and the fiscal note as written. It says that the department will contract, and that doesn't seem to be in line with the procurement process. So if I'm mistaken about that, let's pass this amendment and make sure we do it in a transparent way.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. We are now back to the bill. Representative Tyler.
Good bill, great opportunity. I'll be able to find every coffee shop between Denver and visiting Representative Scott in Grand Junction.
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Tyler, or to Representative Garcia as well, what differentiates this application, the Colorado mobile app to promote businesses in Colorado, what differentiates it from private apps that are already doing similar functions like Yelp or TripAdvisor? Is there any difference?
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I use Yelp with some regularity, and I don't see that Yelp gives the opportunity to look for local businesses, local-owned businesses, and that's what this tries to do.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Representative Tyler, if Yelp doesn't help you, you can use like the Google Maps app on the phone or the Apple Maps app on the phone or a myriad of other apps out there I have one called Urban Spoon, finds a good restaurant around town, so you might want to try that. But ask for a no vote.
Representative Nordberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Tyler, that's exactly what Yelp does. It lists mobile businesses based on the location that you are at. So I guess this seems like we're duplicating efforts by creating a Buy Colorado app. But nonetheless, I would ask, I'm going to move L004, Madam Chair. I move L004 and ask that it be displayed.
L004 has been properly moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative Nordberg.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If we're going to be promoting sole source contracting in the state of Colorado, because this bill does require the Office of Information Technology to contract for the creation of this mobile app, then I think at the very least we need to ensure that a local business is the one developing this software. So I would ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Tyler?
Vote no.
Assistant Minority Leader Representative Szabo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Tyler, if you don't like that, if you don't want local businesses to get the business, well, maybe you are giving them the business since we're not using them. But if you don't like L004, I move L005 and ask it to be displayed.
Is this a substitute amendment?
This is a substitute amendment. Madam Chair, thank you for reminding me. And I believe that
a moment,
if we...
please. L005 has been properly moved and is now displayed to the amendment. Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, if we are truly using this app to bring local businesses to the forefront, I think the app should be created by a local business, and it should also be disseminated by a local business. For instance, you know, it could be on the state website. That's where people could go and get the app. That when the app's distributed, why not have a local company just make it and distribute it? Isn't that basically what this bill is trying to do? Highlight local companies? I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Tyler?
I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
I would urge an aye vote to support local business.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L005. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. L005 is lost. That takes us back to L004. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L004. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. L004 is lost. Back to the bill again. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 166? Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Tyler, this legislation is, as you pointed out, might be for a coffee shop. Maybe we could have other legislation that would be for local sports teams. Like, oh wait, I have one. It's called the Sports Center app, and it says the Colorado Avalanche are getting ready to start playing against the Minnesota Wild, 7:30.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Szabo.
One other thing that I would like to highlight in this app is I really think that, you know, I have a bunch of apps on my phone and sometimes they get all just looking like one thing. And I really think the app, if we're going to highlight Colorado and the businesses of Colorado, we need to have something that stands out that is Colorado. I move L008 and ask it to be displayed.
L008 has been properly moved and is now displayed. To the amendment, Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this basically just says that the application must have the Colorado flag somewhere embedded in it. It could be, you know, the whole little icon app looking thing. It could be in the corner, but somewhere it needs to have the Colorado flag. The new Colorado symbol, the little triangle thing that reminds a lot of us of the carbon monoxide warning signal, I think might scare people off from looking for local businesses. So I think the flag and all its grandeur that we fly outside this building every day should be part of this app. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The Colorado logo is a very complicated thing to license and use. If you want to use it, you actually have to deal with the Attorney General and perhaps pay a fee. And when you do it, nobody knows it's Colorado. They believe it's a warning symbol of some sort. Worldwide, the Colorado flag is represented. When people come to Colorado and use this wonderful new app, they will see the flag. They will know where they are.
Representative Tyler.
I would perhaps move a conceptual Second Amendment to use the aspen tree or a coal mine or a windmill, but I'll delay that and just ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L008. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it. L008 is lost. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 166? Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L007 and ask that it be displayed.
L007 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Mr. Minority Leader.
Members, this is very simple. We're just striking out the safety clause. There's nothing about creating a Colorado app that hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, and safety. This is a clear violation of the intent of the safety clause. This just puts us back with, I believe, the way the law was intended, and I urge an aye vote.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would say that this amendment would be devastating to summer tourism in the state of Colorado this year, because we will not be able to use this app to find local coffee shops on their way to visit Ray Scott or Don Coram this summer, because this app would not be in effect during the summer. So I'd say vote no.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Tyler, I just did a quick search of apps when I put Buy Colorado. And somehow the dispensaries of Colorado found out a way to make an app and get an app going. And I'm pretty sure it didn't take $100,000 of taxpayer money to develop the Buy Marijuana Colorado app. So to think that this is going to somehow be devastating to the industry, we got Colorado dispensaries, a Colorado guide, marketing destinations, Colorado beer tour destinations. There's already kinds of apps out there, hunting and fishing. So to think that if we have to wait a couple months and actually abide by the intent of the law is going to be devastating, that's foolishness, and I urge an aye vote on L007.
Is there any further discussion on L007? Representative
no,
Tyler. Okay. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. L007 is lost. To the bill, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I noticed how everybody gets really quiet when I come to the microphone lately. I don't know why. You know, I think we have a reason I think we could clear this up very, very simply. Because if we are so concerned about these apps, and Mr. Representative Tyler is that concerned about apps, I would move L009 and ask that it be displayed.
Have you moved it or would you move it?
I move.
Thank you, Representative Scott. L009 has been moved and is properly displayed. To the amendment, Representative Scott.
Colleagues, I think this finally clears up the question. The Max Google app will take care of everything that we could possibly need. Anybody in the state of Colorado can go to Max Google, and by gosh, they'll be able to find those coffee shops. They'll be able to find that medical marijuana. They're going to be able to find those gas stations. They are going to know by going to the Max Google app that they are in the state of Colorado. God bless you. And God bless the Max Google app.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I consider this a very friendly amendment. As a matter of fact, the mail processing program I wrote for down here, I'd be happy to lease it out to you. It's called the Max. But you might vote no anyway.
Representative Scott.
Now that I see I don't have much support for the Max Google app, I withdraw L009.
L009 has been removed at the request of the sponsor. Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I move L010 and ask that it be displayed.
L010 has been properly moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I think that this app needs proper promotion, and what better way to do it than with our own National Hockey League team. I hear with this amendment would rather they be called, going forward, the Colorado Apps.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this is a very serious issue we're dealing with here, and I think you should vote your conscience.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In all seriousness, just trying to have a little fun up here. Although our hockey team is playing Game 7 right now, I asked to withdraw this amendment.
L010 has been withdrawn at the request of the sponsor. Seeing no further amendments, we're back to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, Representative Holbert.
Well, members and everyone listening online, watching by the Colorado channel, yeah, we need an app for this.
Representative Holbert, is this to the bill?
To the bill. The fiscal note for this bill says that the Office of Information Technology will procure the services of an information technology contractor.
Pardon me, let's have a bit lower in volume. Thank you. Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It appear as though there's a fiscal note for $86,600 this year, and I just wanted to make sure that any IT developer out there that might be interested in this, give the Office of Information and Technology a call if this bill passes. Their number is 303-764-7700. And if this contract hasn't been rewarded yet, make sure that you get your name in the hat to do this app.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 166. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 166 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 174.
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Heath and Johnston, also Representatives McLaughlin and Pabon, concerning the creation of the Prosecution Fellowship Program.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd move at this time Senate Bill 174.
To the bill.
Thank you. Members, this bill is a outgrowth of a discussion that has occurred regarding the removing the disparity between rural district attorney's offices and other parts of the state. And this is what this does, is it puts together two fellowships.
Please, Frank, please. Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I move L002 and ask that it be displayed.
L002 has been moved. And will soon be displayed, is displayed to the amendment. Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And L002 is an idea that came out of the Judiciary Committee discussion by Representative Court, in fact, that says we ought to make sure that we just report to the Judiciary Committees about how this fellowship is going and make sure that we have some accountability for the program and provide that input to the Judiciary Committees in both the Senate and the House. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L002. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. L002 is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L007 asked to be displayed.
L007 has been moved and is displayed, is properly before us. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment does two things. One, it makes sure that the schools are putting some skin in the game. They have to put 20% towards the fellowship salaries. I think that's just fair. If we're going to do this, they should put some skin in the game. And also strikes the language in the bill that says it has to be equal number from each school. It might be equal numbers, but if one school has better candidates, we should pick those candidates. We shouldn't force it to be an equal number. To ask for an aye vote.
Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and this is mostly a friendly amendment. This is what happens when your speaker has too much time on his hands to read all these bills. So encourage you to keep him busy, but we will, we do ask for a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of L007. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. No! The ayes have it. L007 is adopted. To the bill, Mr. Assistant Majority Leader, Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And you may wonder why a Denver representative is on this bill when it's a rural DA fellowship. And here's why. Public safety doesn't have boundaries, doesn't have borders, doesn't have a geographic region where public safety can and should exist. It should exist all over the state of Colorado. And what we found is that particularly in the rural districts, they need more help, they need more resources, and they're overwhelmed in their prosecutorial offices. So this would be a small step to help alleviate that issue and the beginning of a good conversation. And in particular, I've seen this fellowship program implemented at the city of Denver. And with great success, they have recruited great talent, smart lawyers who are willing to work in public service at the beginning of their careers. And based on that model, we should continue to foster its growth and spread the lessons we've learned from there. Ask for an aye vote.
Representative McLaughlin.
Yes, also, this is a rural DA's bill. This is something for rural Colorado. This is something to improve the prosecutions and protect the public safety. So I would ask your vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 174. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 174 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Bill 182.
Senate Bill 182 by Senator Hodge, also Representative Peniston, concerning procedures governing discussions by boards of education of school districts while meeting in executive session.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 182 and the Education Committee report.
To the Education Committee report, Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In education, we took back the bill to the original way it was before the Senate amended it. leaving in place the 24 months of the current Colorado statute of limitations rather than narrowing it down to 90 days. So the amendment took it back to the 24 months. I ask for your approval.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Representative McNulty.
I'll be better when this is over.
You think so? I think you're doing just fine now.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L003.
Amendment L003 has been moved.
Oh, we're not on the, okay.
We're on the ag report. Are you, is your amendment to the ag report?
It is to the reingrowth bill.
Then that wouldn't really work right now.
No. I'm good.
Okay. All right. So we're back to the Education Committee report. Mr. Assistant Minority Leader, Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to remind the former speaker that amendments to the bill are different than amendments to the committee report, so just in case.
Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Education Committee report is adopted. To the bill,
Thank you.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm so glad we have been spending a lot of time this evening on transparency, because this is exactly what this does, and I've heard so many people talk about the merits of transparency. I just know this will go quickly. What this does, this is kind of the mini-me of a bill that we heard earlier in the session. We are looking for a little more transparency from our school boards when they go into executive session. And this really doesn't do anything to the lawyer-client privilege, which was a piece of the issue on the last bill. So this leaves all of that completely intact. Currently, a school board going into executive session has to list the topics they're going to discuss. And all this bill asks is to account for the amount of time each of those pieces was discussed. That's all the bill does, and I ask for your support.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Bone, I was once quoted as saying that you'll make a great minority leader someday. I want you to know that I still believe that. I have faith in you and us. I move with Amendment L003.
L003 has been properly moved and is displayed to the amendment. Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Peniston, you'll be familiar with this amendment. It was the one that I ran to your earlier bill. I said of your earlier bill that it seemed like you were attempting to relitigate school board elections. And the testimony in committee seemed to support that. The testimony on this bill in committee only reinforced the thought, the perspective, that this bill is attempting to relitigate certain school board elections. And so from that point, I do have concerns about the bill. That bill had concerns about that bill, have concerns about this bill. So if we are going to talk about transparency, then let's make sure that one of the most important things that the school district does is done in open, and that is the negotiating of collective bargaining agreements. Make sure that these discussions that affect the vast majority of their employees and the vast majority of their budgets be negotiated in public and be done in the light of day and not under the protection of attorney-client privilege or executive session.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative McNulty. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
It'll work for you.
I hope so. Hope it continues to. This is really a consideration for the local districts and the teachers union to decide together. This really is not something the state ought to be telling districts how to do it. There are many districts that do their total negotiations in the open. I commend them for that if that works for them, but we should not be dictating that to a district nor the teachers union.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Peniston, you just made an awesome argument against your bill. Everything that you said, we ought not be dictating, we shouldn't be telling school districts, we should allow them to do this. Every one of those arguments against this amendment is an argument against your bill, directly against your bill. So if we take the obverse of that, the flip side, if you're supporting Senate Bill 182, using your arguments, you ought to be supporting this amendment. So I hope that you do.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you. Nice try again. What I was talking about was two groups that are involved in negotiation process needing to make that decision collectively. Here we have two groups. We have citizens of the community and we have the school board. And the citizens of the community are really concerned. Now, I'm not saying all school districts. Many, many, many school districts do a perfect job of using executive session without abuse, but there has been enough concern in the recent year and a half, 2 years, that we really need this bill to bring some transparency to executive session, where the committee, the community folks, that side of the equation has been left out.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative McNulty, I really applaud you for bringing this amendment. This amendment cuts to the core of transparency in not only school board dealings, but also dealings with what in many cases is 80 to 90% of their budget, and that is labor negotiations. And I can't think of a better way to have transparency, not within the school board and their dealings and their employees, but also with the taxpayers and the parents in the district, than to shed the light of day. We don't need to simply use words to describe what they're talking about in executive session. As far as my reading of the bill, they could simply say, we're discussing school board issues for 10 hours, and that would cover the bill. But this amendment really makes this a strong transparency bill. I ask for an aye vote, members.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Peniston, if this bill is about transparency, if this bill is about helping to better inform school board decisions by increasing the oversight by the public, there is no better way, quite literally no better way, than to offer intense scrutiny of the number one budget item for every school district. For every school district, the number one budget item, and to know how those contracts are being negotiated, how the collective bargaining agreements are being negotiated. So if this bill is not about transparency, then you're right, my amendment might not make sense. If this bill is about transparency, then this amendment fits right alongside everything that you have said in support of this bill. Every argument you have made against this amendment is an argument against your bill. So then, if this bill is not about transparency, if this bill is not about shining the light of day on some of these very important matters, then what's the bill about? Why do we have this bill? And not just why do we have this bill, why do we have the original bill, which was spiked in the Senate, and now this is so important it's come back? So is it about transparency, Representative Peniston, or is it about something else?
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003. All those in favor, please signify. A division has been called. I think I'm okay. A division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L003, and a division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L003, please stand and remain standing until we have counted your votes. You may be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L003, please stand and remain standing until the count is taken.
Hey, Libby. Well, you can, but you're not from Pueblo.
Nicest thing you said to me in the past.
That's a good stretch.
Is it? I feel like
L003 is lost.
I'm about to fall over.
We're back to the bill. Is there any further discussion on Senate Bill 182? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something that really bothers me about this bill is the fact that it's choosing school boards and leaving out all the other elected officials in our state. Well, the reason is if we had included all of those other elected boards, they would be streaming in to testify against the bill, creating more of a problem for all of us legislators to say yes to this bill. So what we've done is we've chosen one particular board to be an exception to the way we do business in the state of Colorado, and we've chosen the school boards to go after, and I think that's entirely inappropriate. Either this is appropriate and good for all of our boards in the state, or for some reason it really is going too far with any particular board. So, you know, all I can surmise is that what we're asking here is beyond what we're asking of every other elected board in this state, and that's entirely inappropriate. So I urge a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would agree with what Representative Murray said, but Representative Peniston, I've got a couple of questions. Being my first term, I've heard the term stakeholders quite often, and hearing the original bill testimony and hearing this bill's testimony, I heard testimony from 2 school districts. Is that correct? 2 school districts? Is that yes? What did you hear from the other 176 school districts from across the state that this is really necessary? Nothing? I hate it when that happens. So if we're talking about that this is an issue that the school boards want, we heard from 2 out of 178 school districts, 2 large districts that are metro districts that have had problems with elections, and we didn't hear from the 176 other school districts that haven't had that problem. This seems to me to be a problem that shouldn't be legislated. It should be taken care of within the districts, because I also heard CASB saying that they had problems with the bill. So if the School Board Association and 176 districts are silent on it, why are we pursuing a bill that deals with 2 school districts and eliminates every other elected board in the state?
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 182. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 182 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to House Bill. We've done House Bill 1139. House Bill 1139. Madam Majority Leader.
I move to lay over House Bill 1139 to the end of the calendar.
House Bill 1139 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to, I think we're down to Senate Bill 162.
Senate Bill 162 by Senator Nicholson, House Representative Mitch Bush, concerning quality management programs for emergency medical service providers providing care in the pre-hospital setting.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 14-162. There are no committee reports.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill provides for two key components for emergency medical services organizations and is the result of many, many years of work among emergency service, EMTs, and a variety of other organizations. The first component is this bill specifies 9 components of a quality management program for out-of-hospital emergency medical organizations. These are voluntary. EMS organizations do not have to do these. Most of them already do. However, then the bill further specifies that if an emergency medical services organization does adopt these 9 components, then statute would establish confidentiality of the patient-caregiver interactions and would establish a qualified legal immunity for EMS providers. These two provisions together will enable a more complete peer review of protocols and provide much better care and certainly enable EMS providers to communicate freely with each other. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 162. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 162 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 87.
Senate Bill 87 by Senator Ulibarri, House Representative Fields, concerning issuance of identification cards to people who are lawfully present in the United States but may have difficulty with certain documentary evidence and in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the appropriation report, and there is no committee report.
Is there an appropriations? There is no committee report.
Then to the bill.
So, to the bill, Representative Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill just provides access for those who have difficulty getting an ID to obtain an ID. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 87. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 87 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 133.
Senate Bill 133 by Senator Newell, House Representative Melton, concerning the regulation of private investigators by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and in connection with making appropriations.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 133. There are no committee reports, and I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Not going to get off that early on this one.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Melton, I'm confused because I know there's a bill out there now that's seeking to get rid of the voluntary licensure, and that bill is just to get rid of it altogether. Now we have your bill here to basically you're going to mandate that they have to be licensed. So one bill's getting rid of it, one's mandating it. How are those two going to work together if both passed?
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, the bill, since we try not to talk about other bills and we try to stick to just this bill, I'll indulge you by answering that the other bill gets rid of the voluntary licensure program because that is currently eating into the general fund, and so this bill will then put something in place that is much more stable and pays for itself. Ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm still confused because I was here a couple years ago when the voluntary licensure was put into place, And the industry came and said, you know what, we don't need it to be mandatory. This can be all voluntary. We're not trying to force anybody to do anything. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what happened between a couple years ago where the industry said we don't need mandatory licensure, and now all of a sudden they're saying we do? Or was this brought by the industry? Was this brought by something else? Maybe if you can kind of fill me in, because I didn't hear this in committee, so that's just kind of why I'm trying to get this extra background.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, no, this bill was brought by the industry. There are two main organizations that deal with private investigation. Over the summer, we worked with both organizations. When we went to committee, there was no one in opposition. The only person that had concern wanted to see a minor technical amendment. And so this is, again, about, one, making sure that the investigators that are working in this state are actually have jurisprudence in order to doing that, as well. This, when we're talking about the regulation of private investigators, 47 states have a requirement for them being registered or licensed to operate in their states. And so we're just trying to catch up with the rest of the country and following a proven method of making sure that people are not scammed, people are not being abused, stalked, and things like that when it comes to very private and personal information. So, again, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, this bill is a tribute to how the camel gets his nose under the tent. And I have to say with some regret that I may have lifted a tent flap for the camel. Now, 2 or 3 years ago, the private investigator community came to me and they asserted a problem that they had, which was they really needed a license, and they asserted 2 reasons. One was pretty straightforward, and one was pretty controversial, and gives me pause because of the camel with its nose under the tent. The first was that they asserted that they had difficulty getting contracts with national firms that used investigators because these firms wanted an investigator to be licensed, and that there was a great demand for this licensing in their community. Well, what I found was, and what I suggested to them and what they suggested to me was a voluntary licensure program, which, by the way, I think they had to roll some ambulances up outside of Dora to carry some people off because the notion of voluntary licensure was just so contrary to anything they knew or understood there that they were victims of apoplexy. But we adopted a voluntary licensure program with the assurances that it would be very popular with this community. Well, it turned out it wasn't. Turned out it didn't pay for itself unless the license was hundreds of dollars. And so I reached the conclusion this year that it probably ought to go away and should go away. And as it turned out, I think the Joint Budget Committee made the decision to give it a decent burial, but that bill didn't go. And by the way, before I get too far from the 2 reasons for licensure, another reason for licensure was the private investigators wanted, in all of their original versions of this bill, and they died with me, they wanted, because of their license, to have special access to various public records, a matter which was resisted by various public records keepers because of identity theft, confidentiality, threats of violence, so on and so forth. So those were the 2 reasons. We created a voluntary licensure. It was unsuccessful. Now, by the way, every time that the bill was brought in any form, there were significant splits within the investigator community, and there was very vocal opposition within the private investigator community to the bill, some of which has renewed itself here in the past couple of days. But we're very late in the session, and a lot of things are going through. You know? So the camel gets its nose under the tent, and then when nobody's around or there's a lot of tents to keep an eye on, the camel just gets, I don't know if it's a one-hump camel or two-hump camel, but it gets it's a full camel.
One's not a real camel. One hump is not.
Representative Gardner, is this to the bill?
Madam Chair, it's absolutely to the bill. I'm sorry if my dromedary metaphor was not sufficiently Bactrian to be understood. But you know, all joking aside, Representative Melton, I oppose this bill. Dora did multiple sunrise reports, if you will, none of which recommended that we regulate and license this industry. Never. And you know, whenever Dora declines to regulate something, you got to ask yourself, does it need regulating? I mean, the regulators who love to regulate, they've never seen anything they didn't love to regulate. Massage parlors, plumbers, architects, you know. They don't regulate lawyers. That's the Supreme Court does that. But they regulate everything else, but they have never said, and in fact have declined and have studied and declined over again to request regulation. And by the way, I would submit to you that this bill is riddled with enough exceptions for who has to have a license or doesn't have to have a license. I mean, after all, I asked this morning and was assured that lawyers can investigate to their heart's content. They don't need to be regulated like Philip Marlowe and Sam Spade. So, and probably employees of a lawyer's office. Are employees of a lawyer's office accepted? Because every version of this bill that I've ever seen has that exception. Members, do not be confused at this late date in the session. Do not simply say, yea, verily. This is a bill that has been opposed. It has been opposed vehemently. It's been opposed repeatedly. In good faith, I tried to find a formulation that was acceptable. It turned out not to be workable. It was unworkable. And therefore, I ask for an aye vote. Do not let the Bactrian camel get its two humps under the tent.
Representative Swalm.
Why did you ask for an aye?
I fully support that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What Representative Gardner said, except for his last comment, this is a definite no vote. And I think we just saw a great display of why he will be missed. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing Representative Peniston. Oh, pardon me, Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, actually, Representative Melton brought up something that I would actually like to bring up. Members, the Department of Regulatory Agency, there's two ways you can be registered or licensed. You can go to the Department of Regulatory Agency and say, I'd like a sunset review or a sunrise review. And state law now requires, because we are so good about being fiscally responsible, state law now requires that if you ask for a sunrise review, you need to fund it, the organization. So it costs about $30,000 for the state for the DORA to do a review as to whether or not you should be licensed or registered. The way you can circumvent that, the way you can get out of paying $30,000 would be to have some legislator bring legislation forward that would either ask for registration or licensure. So Representative Gardner, in a very weak moment, said, okay, we're going to go for registration. And heaven knows, I tried to talk him out of it. Heaven knows, well, I have a gift, and it's a gift for nagging, but it didn't work with Representative Gardner, and they were registered. Now, registration is one thing. What that says is the Department of Regulatory Agency knows that if you do something bad, they know where to get you, because they've got your information as to where you live, where your practice is. They can get you if you do something wrong. The difference between registration and licensure is much greater. You are licensed to protect the health and welfare and safety of the people of Colorado. And it depends on a three-legged stool: education, experience, and examination. And there's a lot of the people on my side of the aisle that absolutely hate DORA because they don't want to be regulated in any real way. And you all know that my side of the aisle is actually like right down the middle. And I actually do believe in DORA. I think DORA does very good work. I think it's one of those things that we as a state need. Yeah, right, hiss me, whatever. But I think it's one of those things that we as a state need. And if you look at the requirement of education, experience, and examination for all the professions that are out there, and a gentleman from the PI industry tried to argue with me today, and in the end what he said to me is, if you're going to be a no, I want you to be a quiet no. He said, I don't want you to go down there and rail on it. And I think a lot of you know that I'm not what would be called a fragile flower or compliant. I am fragile. And if you tell me not to do something that's actually against what I believe, I'm going to stand up to it so far. I've told you guys before, I grew up with 4 brothers. You think what you're getting right now is hard? You should see what my brothers grew up and looked like. I mean, those poor guys, and my husband, oh my God. Anyway, so getting back to the bill, the education aspect of PIs, you could probably argue that because a lot of the PIs are retired law enforcement or have some sort of background in criminal justice that they could probably, you can figure out how to do that, and I don't have a problem with that. Experience. Oh, and by the way, to jump forward, examination. They do have a national exam, so I'm fine with that. The part I have a problem with on this bill, and I don't care if there's 47 states that are licensed, that doesn't mean that Colorado needs to do that. It's like when Representative Salazar asked me something about when the federal government does this, why isn't the state doing it? Well, you know what? We're Colorado. We're a state, and we're a local control state, and we don't take our orders from any other state, and we absolutely don't take our orders from the federal government. Look at what we've done on marijuana. Look at what we've done on immigration reform. We've done things that are not like anybody else. So look at this bill. Experience. There is no internship. There is no part of any program that allows on-the-job training within this bill. And the gentleman that I talked to, the PI that I talked to, said, well, there's no way we can do that because there's no way you can figure that out. And I said, well, if that's the case, then there's no way I can support the bill. Because that three-legged stool that we have in the state as far as licensure goes is very, yes, you go ahead and you can argue against me, Representative Melton. However, one of your PIs were the ones that told me that there's no internship program. He admitted that. You are so attractive in that tie. But so what I'm saying, members, is that there is no way, there's no way this fits the three-legged stool. And if it doesn't fit the three-legged stool, it does not qualify for licensure. The fact that we've already let the camel's nose under the tent, I think it's a dromedary if it has one hump, and it's a real camel if it has two. I can't remember. There's dromedary. I'm sorry. You're right, dromedary. Thank you, Representative Peniston. Anyway, and I think it's the one hump that's a dromedary, right? Yeah, and I don't think that's a real camel. It's a two hump that's a camel. But regardless of that, I respect the Department of Regulatory Agency. They were silent on this. When they did their Sunrise review, they did not recommend licensure. Had they recommended licensure, this bill wouldn't have been necessary from Representative Melton because it would have been coming forward by the department. I would have been all over it. I vote for what that DORA wants when they want it because I knew they could do good work. This is not good work. This is not from the department. This is not necessary. And I hope those PIs understand that if you tell me to do something, you don't tell me to do anything. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Madam Chair and colleagues. For 8 long years, since the day I arrived in this building, along with Representative Gardner, I have been looking for a time when I could encourage and support and nurture him, my good friend and colleague, Representative Gardner. And tonight's the night because I will support him and also ask you for yes on this bill.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, let me clarify. It is late, and I think it's just despicable, deplorable, that anyone would take advantage of my having misspoken. I was saying that we needed to say yes to the Bactrian metaphor, but no to the bill. Yes to the metaphor. Yes to the idea that you cannot allow the camel to get its nose under the tent because what happens after that is you have a whole camel there and there's no place for you in that tent. And I suggest private investigators will find that out as well. So I asked for a no vote on the bill, and I want to be very clear. And I apologize, Representative Peniston, if I've deprived you of your one and only opportunity to nurture me, but I feel dejected that you took advantage of my misspeaking, and I'm just heartbroken.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in all seriousness, I would like to urge a yes vote on this bill. What this bill does is it says if you want to be a level 1 licensed private investigator, please demonstrate that you're not a felon, you're not a misdemeanant, you don't have a criminal record. Before you start snooping around and investigating, you show to us, the people of Colorado, that you're not a criminal. Yeah, that you're not a criminal. If you want to supervise a whole team of private investigators, can you please show to us that you have some experience in private investigation? And if you want to be the level 1 investigator, at least show us through examination that you know the laws of the state of Colorado, what you're allowed to do, what you're not allowed to do. Take a little exam, show you're not a criminal, and take an exam to show that you know what the laws are. That is a reasonable regulation. The people of Colorado deserve it. I urge an aye vote on this bill.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say I've only been here for 5 years, and I don't know that I've ever heard Representative Gardner misspeak on anything, and I'm just terribly disappointed that that would happen.
Representative Giroux. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Level 1 private investigator, you must meet the following. You have to be 21 years of age. I don't know why you have to be 21. I guess I don't know what the magical number is beside that. As Representative Kagan talked about, you have to demonstrate knowledge and understanding of the laws and rules affecting passing some kind of a jurisprudence examination developed by the director, but we have no idea what that test is actually going to be. Level 2, the director shall determine by rule the amount and type of experience you must have. So now we're going to tell you to be that supervisor. We're going to now tell you, well, you might be really good at your job, but we're not going to let you supervise anybody until you have the blessing of the state of Colorado and the director. They will determine which kind of post-secondary education you have to have. So you could go out there and have all kinds of real-world experience, on-the-job experience, and you could be the best PI. But you know what? If the director out there decides you don't have the special, blessed post-secondary education, well, sorry, you can't be the supervisor as well. So there is so much stuff in this bill that is way unnecessary. Again, I was here a couple years ago and they said, look, all we want to be is make it voluntary. We no way, shape, or form want to mandate on any PIs in the state of Colorado that we have to have that. It just kind of gives us a little extra perk to when we're trying to deal with federal contracts, and that's all we need. Well, then they realized that, guess what? And not a lot of people decided they needed those little extra perks to access those federal contracts, and so now they want to force everybody to be able to be a part of this program. This is way more than what is necessary, and that's why I urge a no vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Representative Kagan, you know, I was opposed to the bill before, but actually what you've helped me do is understand how much more opposed I am. To license a private investigator, you have to claim or you have to swear that you're not a criminal. And we're licensing people because they can swear they're not a criminal. Members, just so you know, when I was licensed by the state of Colorado as an architect, go ahead, there's, what is that, 1,567,000. When I was licensed at the state, what I had to do was there was a 5-day exam. The first 4 days were 4-hour multiple choice exams, and then the last day was a 12-hour design exam. Now, I was licensed under the old system because I am old. 12 hours of exam, and it wasn't a design exam, it was a code exam. It was building code exam. So to think that you would even talk about licensing a profession based on the fact that they're not criminals, really? Are you kidding me? I had to take an ethics quiz after I passed the exam that said, you know, asked me all these ethical questions about the way I was practicing, but there was never the assumption, there was never the thought that I was a criminal. Are we really going to license people just because they're not criminals? This is ridiculous. This actually brings the whole idea of licensure, the whole idea of DORA regulation to a new low. Members, the only reason these individuals want to be licensed is so that they can put it on their business cards, so they can feel better about themselves. It's the only reason a lot of different groups want to be licensed. This is a sham. Don't be taken in. This is ridiculous. Licensing people because they're not criminals. This is terrible. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's been an awful lot of talk of camels. Did you know that the only country that has feral herds of camels is Australia? But I've never heard of a feral herd of private investigators. And so when I hear this discussion about we don't exactly know what kind of experience is needed, it sounds more like a kiss the ring and regulation for the sake of regulation, because I seem to remember I was never asked if I was a criminal applying for this job or if I had any kind of diploma or any kind of background, and yet we're writing laws. So I think I'm going to urge a no vote on this bill because I don't think it's needed.
Representative John Janik.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. So Representative Melton, what were we doing in the 60s then about this whole thing? Can you tell us then?
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Representative Kagan could, and I would welcome him to the well to tell us about the 60s.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The real truth of this is, Representative Gardner alluded to the fact of the voluntary licensure program and what a more or less a disaster it's been, and that's really the case. We have 30 enrolled members right now. So if you look at the fiscal note, it anticipates needing 400 to actually make up for the $70,000 deficit that has been incurred as a result of the voluntary PI program. So if you have a voluntary PI program that establishes a $70,000 deficit, well, how are you going to make up for that deficit? You're going to mandate that every private investigator in the state enrolls and becomes a licensed member. So at the end of the day, I really think this is more or less a bailout for that voluntary program, and I would ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further, Representative Humphrey.
Members, I mean, just to sum it up, we've got a voluntary program. It's in place. I can't say it's working. It's underfunded, as Rep. Nordberg just testified. This doesn't look like it's financially viable. Not a good idea. We already have so many professions that are licensed, and believe me, there's bad actors out there in all of those. This isn't going to prevent that for sure. So you can go through a magazine on, say, marriage and family therapists, and they have like a blotter page in the back, and it just lists all the crazy stuff that people do, and they're licensed, and they're highly educated compared to what this profession is, and I can't imagine that they're going to require, master's level training. And they have a virtual police blotter in the back of these things with all the violations of inappropriate relationships with clients and such, and it goes on and on. So this is just not necessary, and I urge a no vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I need to correct something I said. There was a 2011 report that recommended regulation, which is what the bill title is. But honestly, members, regulation is not licensure. There is a huge difference between registration and regulation. Regulation basically tells me that, yes, you were right and I was wrong. Do you want to come here? You were right and I was wrong. However, I'm really more right in where you're wrong. So the point of it is that regulation is an open book. I mean, you can either be regulated under registration or you can be regulated under licensure. Now, the problem we've got with the system we've got right now, it's a volunteer registration. So the good apples register, the bad apples don't, and so there's no real way to regulate the community. To properly do this, we would be registering everybody, and if we required registration for PIs, I'd be all over it. But requiring licensure, I mean, I can tell that there was a negotiation and the payoff for those people that didn't want to be regulated at all was to tell them, hey, look, if you do what I want you to do, you'll have a license, and boy, won't that make you look good because you can put numbers after your name, and won't that be neat? Well, that's not what we license people for. We license people for the health, safety, and welfare. We don't license people so different professions can feel good about themselves. That's one of the things that makes me crazy down here is there's so many professions that want to be licensed just so they feel it gives them some sort of status. That's not what you're licensed for. You're licensed because you want to protect people, and if you don't protect people, The state and those individuals, they're going to come after you, and they're going to come after you for everything you've got personally. When you're licensed, they come after you personally. And I don't think this group warrants, I don't think that this group of professionals warrant licensure. They might warrant legislation, mandatory legislation or registration for everybody, but not licensure. Yes, you were right, and I was wrong. But I still don't support licensure. That's not what we need to do here. Because regulation doesn't mean licensure. Regulation can mean just registration. I asked for a no vote on this bill, or vote. You can give me a vote or a vote.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, there was just so much fun going on down here, I thought I'd come down and join in. I agree with everything that Representative Giroux said that was correct. And just give a heads up to the PIs out there who want to be in this licensure program. I'll be a no vote on this bill. And when you come back complaining that the director is heavy-handed and that you need a board of PIs to promulgate rules and control the director, I'll be a no vote on that too. And I'll say, I told you so. Because you are not the first or the 10th or the 100th or the 500th, well, maybe 500, but there have been hundreds of previously unregulated professions that have come through the doors of this Capitol and asked to be regulated either through registration or licensure. And that's the scenario. The next step in your grand plan of raising cost and culling competition out of your industry will be that the regulator isn't doing what you want her or him to do. For instance, when an out-of-state competitor comes in and conducts business as a PI in the state of Colorado, what can Colorado do to stop him or her? Send them a cease and desist letter and say, don't do that. So when they persist in doing that, you're going to say, there must be something that stops this out-of-state competition. It's not legal. They're practicing here without this required license, and we go through all of this required licensure. It isn't fair that these out-of-state competitors cherry-pick business and take business away from us. That is going to happen. How do I know? Because it happens in every case, because the authority of our state stops at the border of our state. And if somebody out of state conducts business in this state without a license, you think that a district attorney or the attorney general across the street, I guess that way now, which way are they? That way? You think they're going to extradite one of your competitors out of another state for simply doing business in Colorado if they haven't broken any other laws? Come on. If you think that's true, you shouldn't be in the business that you're trying to be licensed to be in. That won't happen. It doesn't happen. So what will you have when you paid higher cost and endured greater scrutiny to practice the business that you're in? You're going to find that government isn't the answer. And you're going to turn around and say that that you all need to control this out-of-control director, and you need to bring more scrutiny into your business. And the next step will be that we create a board of you, licensees, to oversee the director in your industry. And I'm a no vote on this bill, and I'll be a no vote on that one, because it'll never work. You're going to drive up cost, reduce competition. You're not going to achieve what you want, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those of you that aren't down here and can't hear, Representative Foote has very kindly dialed up the Magnum PI intro, and we're listening to that music. I want to remind Representative Foote, Representative Melton, particularly Representative Salazar, that Magnum PI was played by Tom Selleck, who's one of the best Republicans that has ever lived. And he's, yes. And even Tom Selleck would not vote for this bill, so I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further, Representative Melton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a very interesting and spirited debate today. Learned a lot about fragile flowers and camels and tents. And Representative Giroux, I would wear this tie every day if I thought it would make you a yes vote. But in all seriousness, I think we got a journey through what has gone on with the history of this industry over the last couple of years. And yes, there were some previous bills that I'm not going to waste time boring you with and talking about. I'm going to talk to you about this bill. This bill had Dora at the table, had both PI organizations from the industry at the table, and they came up with the things that needed to be done to make sure that we are promoting the health, safety, and welfare of Colorado. Because we don't want people delving into private information and the intricacies of your lives that haven't at least been registered or been licensed or have some type of association with the state. In fact, at committee, we didn't have one person in opposition to the bill itself. The only person that had a question just wanted to see an amendment onto the bill that unfortunately we didn't feel was necessary at the time because we hadn't gone through that stakeholder process. And so I asked for an aye vote again because this bill does have a lot of collaborative work in it, and it is not the bill of yesteryear. Lastly, I will just say that also at committee, we learned about a lot of bad investigators out there. We learned about a lot of investigators that were stalking people, that were doing very, very heinous things in people's lives. And one of the things that we learned when that information was presented is that there is no central place to report these bad offenders. Sometimes they're reported to law enforcement, sometimes they're sent through the court system, sometimes they're reported to DORA. It's very difficult for the state to monitor and to actually deal with bad offenders who are doing terrible things under the name of a private investigator. So when it's said that this bill needs to address the health, safety, and welfare of Coloradans, that's exactly what Senate Bill 133 does. And so once again, I will ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 133. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 133 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senators Carroll and King, also Representatives Gardner and McLaughlin, concerning aerial firefighting efforts to the Division of Fire Prevention and Control and Department of Public Safety in connection with implementing recommendations made by the division regarding Colorado Firefighting Air Corps.
Thank you. Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. At this time, I would move Senate Bill 164.
Is there any further discussion?
I have an amendment.
Representative McLaughlin, to the amendment.
Yes.
Would you move the amendment, and do we have a copy of it?
I'm sorry, I had it right here. Hang on. Was it 14?
16.
Yes, I would ask, I would move amendment L0016, and that's to be displayed on the screen.
Amendment L016 has been moved and is displayed on the screen. To the amendment, Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L016 is an amendment that is in response to discussions with stakeholders and particularly with the governor's office about the operation of the Center of Excellence or Center for Excellence that will be stood up in connection with the Firefighting Air Corps. There was concern that we were sort of jumping the gun with the center, that it needed to be fully thought through, that its goals, what it's doing, would be appropriate. And as a result, what this amendment principally does is give instead of standing it up immediately, gives up to 18 months after the effective date for the Division of Fire Prevention and Safety to begin the operation of the center. And then the rest of the amendment actually addresses how the center will operate and does so in a way that we worked with the division and the governor's office, and with that we ask for an aye vote on Amendment L016.
Seeing no further Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move substitute L017 and ask for it to be displayed.
L017 has been moved and is displayed. To the amendment, Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And what this amendment does is basically takes out the Center of Excellence portion of the bill. A year ago, we passed a bill, House Bill or Senate Bill 13245, which created this study and this report. And this report tells us how their recommendations on how we should fight fires. And I'll be go to heck. There's no Center of Excellence in here. No Center of Excellence at all in this book. Now, I'm all for fighting fires. I'm for putting airplanes in the air, small airplanes that can attack in a hurry and get fires while they're done and early, but I don't want to waste money on something that doesn't actually help us, and that we add, I think it was 9 point some FTEs to build a system for the Center of Excellence. Now, I have to tell you, members, I am scared to death right now because I've probably got the best guy to argue against me standing next to me, and I'm fearful how he will rip me apart. But quite frankly, members, I think it's important that we not waste money, and we put money towards fires, not towards Center of Excellence. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Rankin.
Once again, I find myself disagreeing with my esteemed colleague. We heard great testimony in committee. The Center of Excellence is, to me, the heart of this bill. I would rather have the Center of Excellence than I would have the first airplane, because the technology for fighting fires is old. It's maybe 40 years old. You know, the Forest Service is not doing much. Nobody else is. You know, buying aircraft to fly over and make us comfortable is not the solution. Understanding how to use them, first of all, what's the technology? You know, do you have a scooper aircraft or modified bladder aircraft? Is helicopters better? Nobody has experimented with and tested technology for many years. Secondly, tactics. When to deploy, how to deploy, time on target, those kinds of issues. This, you know, if you've ever visited an incident command center for the ground operations, it's a high-tech operation. And to just have aircraft come fly around and drop water, they need to fit into the tactics and the technology. I would fund this Center of Excellence out of advanced industry money. I believe that it will bring jobs. I believe that the Forest Service, BLM, others who have this problem will join in because they have no place to do this testing. This is not a study. It will be at an airport. There will be aircraft there. We'll be doing testing. So to me, you know, unless we do this, I don't really like just buying aircraft. I like knowing how we're going to use them.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And if the Center of Excellence is such a vital part, why wasn't it in the study? Why was it not part of the recommendation? If it is important, and understand what the Center of Excellence does, if you look on your fiscal note, It says the guidelines include a focus on evaluating the effectiveness, efficiency, and sustainability of aerial firefighting equipment and practices. Regular conduct and documentation of aerial firefighting research, and periodic consultation with one appointed member from each chamber of the General Assembly. But we need this entire Center of Excellence so we can have a grant writer and an accountant. I think there's 9 of them. Members, I disagree with my colleague. This doesn't help us put out fires, otherwise it'd be in here. The recommendations in here says we need to get the fires in a hurry. Get them while they're small. Center of Excellence doesn't help us do that. Boots on the ground, planes in the air, that helps us do that. Ask for a yes vote.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, my friend and colleague has proposed a most unfriendly amendment and has done so with a smile in a most unfriendly way. The fact is, and I see our guest on the floor here, my friend and former colleague, Senator King, who has worked tirelessly to make this program a reality. The fact is that he and I and others believe passionately. Representative Rankin heard the testimony in committee and went from, I think it's fair to say, not knowing one way or the other about the Center of Excellence to believing it is the core of this program. Why? It turns out that putting a bunch of airplanes in the air with a bunch of chemicals to drop, while it is a good thing, there is very little known about the specifics of what works, when it works. We are not doing things like nighttime drops, as they do in some other places in the world. You know, 2 of these airplanes, I don't know whether this is going to help the bill or not, but I'm going to tell you something that's really interesting about this. 2 of these airplanes don't drop stuff at all. 2 of these airplanes are data sensor airplanes with the highest generation technology available, infrared sensing and photography, electronic sensing, to find out where the fires are, where they're hottest, to take pictures overnight, to assist the firefighters. Why was it not in the report? Well, the report was about standing up the Firefighting Air Corps. And as far as how to do this, there is private matching money and grants. There are grants available. There are resources to be had to fund what is an important thing not only for Colorado but for the entire West and in many places of the world. So to just blow it off seems to me, in a friendly way, to be somewhat irresponsible. It is an important component of doing this right and spending the money well and using our resources well, making the best use of technology. And for that reason, I ask that we reject the substitute amendment and vote no on L017.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Gardner. Although the center is not technically in the report, what is in the report that is integrally related to the center concept is a wildfire information management system tool. That would certainly be a part of the system, and that tool then would provide a wide variety of data for boots on the ground. Let me quote from page 34, the wildfire information management tool should integrate with federal systems to allow for simplified hands-off of large incidents, type 1 and type 2 incident management teams. That's a part of the center and the development that is part of the center.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And unfortunately, I have to disagree with my colleague, Representative Sonnenberg, as well. A few facts that haven't been pointed out here is that we're not talking about the Center for Excellence even being implemented for 18 months from now, potentially a year and a half down the road. And it's not prescriptive. It's elective by the department. So the department doesn't have to form this center at all if it determines that it's not in the best interest of what we're trying to accomplish here. I think it is in the best interest of what we're trying to accomplish here for one primary reason. In both law enforcement and in firefighting, you want to do things according to best practices. We want to make sure that our boots are on the ground in the most effective way, and that's what this center would be accomplishing. And it's not preventing boots on the ground. We're talking a year and a half out, and when the next fire comes along, we're going to be in a much better position thanks to this bill than we would have been beforehand. So I'd ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Mitzbush, I'll start with her comment. Yes, that information should be gathered. Do we need a center of excellence to put that information there? Because understand, the Center of Excellence is adding full-time positions for a grant writer, technology integration specialist, military integration specialist, an economist, a data analysis, and an accountant. How do those FTEs help us? Is there that much data that we're gathering in a fire that it takes that many people to break that down and help us in future firefighting? I think it's important that we gather that data and study that data. But I think we do that without creating what I would call no, I'm not going to call it that. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's unnecessary for us to build that type of infrastructure with those type of FTEs when we're wanting to deal with fires in a quick manner. As I said, in this book, their recommendation from the bill that was passed by my good friend Senator King and my good friend Representative Gardner that brought this recommendation, there's nothing in here that talks about a center of excellence. Ask for a yes vote.
Representative Dorr.
Members, first off, I rise in support of the bill. I also rise in support of this amendment. And while I think the Center of Excellence is something someday we can get to, I think we need to prioritize and make sure that every money we spend out of this legislation right now is going towards something that can be immediate need and immediate assistance to Coloradans as they face, which will soon be someday, not that long in the near future, another wildland fire. And having been a part of wildland fire activity, defending property and fighting fire lines throughout parts of this state, the difference sometimes between a fire being very manageable and a fire becoming something that is out of hand and out of control is getting a few of these aircraft in the air to attack the fire aggressively. And in this book that Representative Sonnenberg has, these smaller aircraft, not the big tankers here, these smaller aircraft, these strike airplanes, can do a lot of damage on that fire, put a lot of water on the fire quickly, and maintain quick control over the fire, and I think that needs to be priority first. That's why I support this amendment. Let's get to a point someday where we can do this center of excellence, but let's first make sure that all dollars are spent for aircraft that will be there quickly when a fire is called, so that these fire units that respond to a fire, when they're hearing that they've got a fire that is multi-acreage, they can call in strike aircraft quickly, get their hands on top of the fire, and hopefully stop something from becoming a major, major catastrophe in Colorado. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think there's some misconception about what we're really talking about. We've talked about so many studies and task forces this year. That's not what this is. And Representative Sonnenberg has argued in these debates many times that we should look at agricultural aircraft. Well, that's never going to happen unless somebody actually looks at the technology for using an agricultural aircraft. I mean, first of all, there are federal regulations that aircraft don't meet. There's all sorts of training and tactics that go with it. This also is the place where we would experiment with military aircraft conversions. So if we don't have the Center of Excellence, we really don't have a way to move beyond the current technology of firefighting and we're using aerial assets, which is about 40 years old. So if you want to ever use Representative Sonnenberg, if you want to move agricultural aircraft assets into the firefighting role, you need the Center of Excellence to experiment with the technology, do the training. Same thing with ag aircraft. It's a small part of the overall cost, but it's the driver on Colorado being the leader in the nation in aerial firefighting.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L017. All those in a division has been called. The question is the adoption of Amendment L017 to Senate Bill 164. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment L017, please stand and remain standing in one place until the vote is taken. Representative Priola, are you standing or sitting? Are you standing or sitting?
No.
I have to. Okay. All right. Thank you. Please be seated. All those opposed to Amendment L017, please stand and remain standing in one place until the... Okay. Okay. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment L017 is lost. Now we are back to Amendment L016. All those in favor of Amendment L016, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. L016 is adopted. Back to the bill. See, Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're back to the bill. This is an important bill. It's an important bill for public safety and firefighting in Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a bipartisan bill. It's good for Colorado. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 164? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Senate Bill 164. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 164 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, would you please read the title to Senate Bill 187?
Senate Bill 187 by Senators Aguilar and Roberts, also Representatives Stevens and Schaefer, concerning creation of the Colorado Commission on Affordable Health Care to analyze health care costs in Colorado and in connection with making an appropriation.
Representative Stevens.
Game on. Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we going to move the appropriations? Do we move it? We have it. I don't. We have it passed. It wasn't. It just. Well, I think we moved it. We moved the appropriations.
There's no report. Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 187. There's no committee report.
To the bill, Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, Senate Bill 187 will create a Colorado commission to study why the costs of health care are going up so much in the state of Colorado and what we as leaders and legislators might do about these costs. We've had a large coalition of stakeholders, over 30 of them, that have been meeting over 3 or 4 months to get all parties to the table, the hospitals, the providers, the pharmaceutical companies, consumers, insurance companies, businesses, nonprofits, and foundations. We've come up with a bipartisan bill that will create this commission that will start meeting in July and will generate some ideas on what we're going to do about the high costs. Just to mention a few of the problems we have, just the data, 9% increase per year, at least, in healthcare. 40% of Colorado adults have reported that healthcare costs are a problem for them and their families. 16% of Colorado adults say they forego health insurance due to the cost. In one Colorado county, the average inpatient hospital cost was $786 per patient, which is 61% above the state average. So we have wildly varying costs across our state, and they're going up every year. And with that, Mr. Chair, Representative Stevens would like to say a few things.
Thank you,
Representative Stevens.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is modeled after the CCJJ. This is going to take place over 3 years. This bill has been worked on since January with every stakeholder. But it's important to note that this bill is supported by NFIB. It is supported by C3. It is supported by Club 20. It's supported by the Rocky Mountain Health Plans. It's supported by Anthem and United Healthcare and Kaiser Permanente. And so we have had really, since January, a very thorough vetting of the bill. And with that, members, I'd urge an aye vote.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one other thing, members. We've heard a lot about the three-legged stool tonight. And we have, as you'll remember, in 2000 and let's see, what year was that? 2006, we had Senate Bill 208, the 208 Commission. In 2011, we had Senate Bill 200 to establish the Colorado Health Benefit Exchange. And then in 2014, this year, we're going to work on how we can keep costs low. Can we contain the costs or even lower the costs? So we're part of, this is part of history, members, to get this bill passed, to make sure that we are doing something about the rising costs of health care.
Is there any further discussion of Senate Bill 187? Representative Swalm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is a bill that I think certainly has a very important objective. And it needs to have, wait for it, a laser-like focus. A laser-like focus on only one thing. And that, my friends, is how to lower healthcare costs. And my concern with this bill, and I understand that it's been involved in discussions for quite a while, but I just don't think it has that very clear focus on that one thing. And I set this bill kind of in contrast to the Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare. What Obamacare did was that it guaranteed access. No pre-existing conditions, defined the benefits, both kind of a major medical type program and then also the preventive care benefits without any out-of-pocket costs. So it guarantees access. But my friends, every time you guarantee access, it raises costs. That's just how it works. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Sorry, I know the minority leader is a little bit surprised by that, but he's a free lunch kind of guy, but it's just true. So I want to, I move Amendment 026. Ask that it be displayed.
Amendment L026 has been properly moved and is displayed. Please proceed with the amendment. Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, what this amendment does is that it strikes out all the references to access in this bill and, again, puts the focus where it needs to be. It needs to be on containing costs. You know, do you want to get more people insured in our system? I think we all want that. You know, the best way to do that is to make health insurance more affordable. You want to drive people out of the system? Make it more expensive. Well, you know how to do that? Get more access. So all I'm saying is this bill needs to be very clearly focused on the idea of lowering costs, not dealing with issues of access. We've solved the access problem. In this state right now, as it is across the entire country, if you want to get a health insurance policy, and if you're on death's doorstep, if you were in the open enrollment period, or if you've had a qualifying event, you can get insurance. There is no question you have access to policies that have the appropriate major medical benefits, the preventive care benefits, without any pre-existing conditions. So I think we need to strike out references in this bill to access and just focus on lowering costs. Thank you.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate Representative Swam's concerns about lowering costs. That's what this commission's charge will be. And I do ask for a no on this amendment, members. There will maybe several amendments coming, and all of the stakeholders, the coalition that we have put together, have all agreed on the bill as introduced. And I'm concerned if we start amending it, this fragile coalition could unravel. I don't think these are substantial amendments that are represented here in Amendment 26. So I ask for a no vote on this.
Representative McNulty was first in line.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Swam, does this amendment strike any references to death panels that are in the bill?
Representative Stevens.
We have to excuse Rep. McNulty over here. Members, first of all, this really does have a laser-like focus on costs, and let me tell you how. What this bill basically does is outline in every area, and the uniqueness of this bill is that you have to bring, which is, in my mind, actually remarkable, all the healthcare organizations together, whether it's hospitals or plans or the doctors. I mean, this is an undertaking. And as you know, when we set up the CCJJ, this was a huge undertaking as well. But what you've come out with is the 30,000-foot view and overview on how things need to be going and what the cost drivers are in healthcare. Certainly, access is a key. But, you know, in my mind, I think it's very clear in the bill as you read it that the focus isn't just access. The focus are what are the cost drivers? What is the manner in which this? So I don't believe we need this amendment. I understand the intent of it. As I said to Rep. Swam, nice idea. I don't think it's the crux of the bill. And so, members, I urge a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, let me express one of my concerns about this commission. Well, two concerns that I have. Number one, will this commission get hijacked? If it gets sidetracked and talking about, well, what more ways that we can guarantee access. You can always do more. You can always do more. You can always mandate that there be more access. And every time you pass a mandate requiring certain kinds of coverage, what you're doing is increasing access. And well, that inevitably leads to higher costs. And do you want to have fewer people signed up for health insurance in this state? Increase access, raise costs. That's the easiest way to do it. And what is very ironic in my mind is that we hear so often that we're going to build this whole structure on the backs of what we call the young invincibles. Those young people that we say we need to bring them into the system to help make the whole pool work. Do you know what the Affordable Care Act has done to those young invincibles? It's, yes, it has jacked their prices up. And how did it do it?
Are we talking about the bill, Spencer, or your amendment? Because I think we need to move on here.
Well,
let's talk about it.
We're talking about access here. And my concern is that we'll do the same thing here. So what they did with these young invincibles, they compressed the age bands. So they made young people who tend to be healthy, less affluent, and have healthy, less affluent, and have less need for health care, raise their premiums to subsidize older people who tend to be sicker and more affluent. So that's what they've done under the Affordable Care Act. And that was not done on any reasonable policy basis to make those young invincibles come into the system. It was simply done to get older people to vote and support for the Affordable Care Act. And those are the kind of concerns
Representative Swam, is this to this amendment?
Mr. Chair, I do think it's germane.
Well,
because I'm afraid that this bill, as it is structured now, is going to get hijacked into this access issue, and we need to focus exclusively on lower costs. So I urge a yes vote.
Senator, any further discussion of Amendment 26? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Amendment 26. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. The noes have it. L026 is lost. To the bill, Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Amendment L023 and ask that it be displayed. Members, this amendment...
L023 has been properly moved and displayed. Please, to the amendment, Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this amendment deals with the top of the bill, the re-engrossed bill on page 11. And it deals with the review of the impact of Medicaid expansion on health care costs, which is good. Access to care, which I tried to strike out in that last amendment, but also this adds a provision that says cost shifting to commercial insurance. Now, we all know and are aware of this problem. The Medicaid reimbursement rates in this state are so low that many doctors won't accept Medicaid. And those that do, and those hospitals that do, what do when they're getting reimbursed at such low rates by Medicaid? They shift their costs to commercial insurance. And so this amendment says, as part of this commission, to look at the problems of high health care costs, they will look at how cost shifting from Medicaid contributes to high commercial insurance rates. So I urge a yes vote.
Is there any discussion? Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment and any other amendments. This is a good example of what this commission is going to be addressing, Representative Swalm. We don't have all the answers yet, but that's why we're establishing the commission, to let a group of 17 professionals, experts on health insurance and costs, address the issues that you're bringing up. I looked through the bill, and there are 40 references throughout the bill on cost, 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 cost. Up to 40 times we've got costs. And I would just ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L023. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. No. The noes have it. L023 is lost.
What's wrong with you folks?
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Swalm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, a final amendment. I move L022 and ask that it be displayed.
Okay, Amendment L022 has been properly moved and displayed. Please, to the amendment, Representative Swalm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I think this amendment highlights what I consider an issue that needs to be highlighted. If you look at the bottom of page 9 and then go over particularly the top of page 10. The top of page 10, as the re-engrossed bill stands now, it targets high deductible health plans. In my mind, what the bill as it stands now puts a target on the back of high deductible health plans. Those are not particularly popular in some groups. So what this bill does is says that they have to look at both low deductible and high. What this amendment does, they have to look at low deductible and high deductible plans, because high deductible plans have lower premiums and they drive different consumer behaviors. So do low deductible plans. Low deductible plans have higher premiums and they drive different consumer behaviors. If you have a low deductible plan, guess what? You're going to go to the doctor more often. The doctor might prescribe procedures that you don't really need, but you're not paying out of pocket. So I think this is an important amendment. That it would cause the commission, because why my question for the sponsors of the bill is, why weren't low deductible plans identified in here? Because they are, if we're going to identify high deductible plans, why not low deductible plans?
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Swalm. I think the panel of experts will know to do this. I do not want us to micro-mandate every single topic that could possibly come up on this topic. I think we have too many there are so many issues that various stakeholders wanted. They all wanted their special topic or their special interest in this bill. I think we should respect this commission of 17 members and not micromandate every possible issue. And these are all good issues that you're bringing up, and I think these are great topics for the commission, but not for the bill. Ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Swam.
You want to talk?
Representative Stevens.
Rep Swam, I don't disagree in terms of looking at low versus high, but I don't think you can have a discussion about that without comparing the other. I don't think that because you've eliminated one and put in one that you've automatically left out low. In fact, I think, and I'm going to refer you over to page 10 at the bottom, on line 22. So a huge part of this commission is collecting data, not just the data that we have through the Center for Value in Healthcare or CDPHE. I mean, we are going to be looking at data across the spectrum. And what this says is that we're going to look at not only rate review, we're going to look at the data gathering costs if it's not available. We're going to review not just the Medicaid expansion, we're going to evaluate pricing transparency. And I believe pricing transparency on page 11, line 8, actually goes to what you're talking about, because it will have to look at the issue of both high deductible and low deductible plans. And to be sure, cost drivers, and we've seen this, and I think that certainly you as a broker will also have stories, but we have seen where there's very, very high deductibles, but very serious long-term illnesses, right? There is a lot of out-of-pocket up front. And so in this age, and what we're looking at in cost drivers, I think you've got to look at the pricing transparency. And I'm going to point once again, this is why you had all of these groups, plus the business groups, who, by the way, pay 80% of the cost for health care, small business groups too. This is why NFIB, it's why C3, it's why Club 20, it's why all these groups are supporting this bill, is because it's not just the parsing of, they understand pricing transparency, and they understand that you've got to look at physician and healthcare networks. Also, which you know, under this new ACA law, is becoming thinner and thinner and thinner. It's not becoming broader. So I think it will be included. I agree with Rep. Schaefer. I think you're going to find it here mostly under pricing transparency.
Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I guess I reiterate my concern here. Basically, what I think that this clause of the bill does, as it exists now, where it only targets or identifies high deductible plans, those are bronze plans. Those are the bronze type plans under the Affordable Care Act. What about, why don't we discuss platinum plans and the gold plans? Because those are not identified in here, and that's what this would do. And I think we need to understand that that high deductible plans are not necessarily a bad thing. And I'm afraid that, again, this commission might be hijacked and say, oh no, those are really bad plans, even despite the fact that they're lower cost, and many people are signing up for them because they are lower cost. So I think we should be fair. What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Swam, your expertise in this, listen, I don't argue. Here's where I think we probably have a difference, though, in opinion about this commission. Number one, I don't believe it ferrets out and or demonizes high deductible plans, because I fought to have the Medicaid, the impact of Medicaid and its expansion in this. And I think, as you know, I had a bill earlier that you heard in terms of what are we doing with, what's a platinum plan versus Medicaid, right? When you get a Medicaid plan, and I would suggest to you that we've come to see it's in under the exchange almost like a platinum. What if we did some purchase of private, right, to take down Medicaid costs? But what I think under pricing transparency, and reviewing all of this, you can't help but get into this discussion. And so I view this as these are the guidelines, but after talking to so many of the people with plans, Rocky Mountain Health plans, this discussion, I think, is at least that I hear and believe, and have no reason to believe it's a hijack situation, that I think you are absolutely going to see these things in the discussion. So I'm not supportive of your amendment because I believe this bill adequately covers it. But I understand your thinking, but I would say to you, I think pricing transparency, evaluating Medicaid expansion also includes those discussions. That is my personal / bill sponsor position, but I respect your position certainly as someone in the field.
Mr. Minority Leader. No? Okay. Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no on this amendment also. I wouldn't want to offend the panel of experts by putting in every possible explanation, such as what is the difference between bronze, gold, and platinum. Again, I don't want to micromandate every possible consideration. And members, I want to remind you, and Representative Swalm, there are going to be public meetings every month of this commission that we will be able to attend. There will be at least one in every congressional district. I bet you and I and other members of the Health Insurance and Environment Committee and other members of the public will want to come to some of those public meetings, and that's the place to bring up all of your concerns, because I do appreciate your concerns. I have great respect for you as an insurance broker and a member of this committee. So I ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion of Amendment 22? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Amendment L022. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. The noes have it. L022 is lost. To the bill. Any further discussion of the bill?
I think someone made off with my folder, Rep. Swalm, but
Representative Humphrey.
yeah. No, that's right. I think you have my folder. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, let's see. It's one of my concerns that in the declaration, it states that we would be looking at lack of competition or suppressed competition due to government regulations. And on page 9, under duties of the commission, I think it'd be helpful if we took a look at some specifics. So I move Amendment L027 and request that it be displayed. What the amendment does is it analyzes the impacts.
Pardon me, Representative.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did do that.
Amendment L027 has been moved and is properly displayed. Please, to the amendment, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry. Okay. So I think that it'd be important for us to consider the effects of the Affordable Care Act itself, as well as the health benefit exchange on overall health care costs, and to make that explicit, make it okay to really open up the discussion, make sure that people feel that it's okay for them to do that, since we are spending $400,000 a year for the next couple of years on this study. And I ask for an aye vote.
Mr. Minority Leader. Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. Certainly this commission is going to understand the health benefit exchange. They're going to understand the Patient Protection Affordable Care Act. I don't think we don't need to put all of this in the bill. I don't want to insult the experts by putting all of this detail. I think they know what they need to do. We need to move on and get this done and get the study done and get the data. We have reams of data about this already from many organizations in Colorado, including Civic, the Center for Improving Value in Healthcare, the Colorado Health Initiative, the All-Payer Claims Database, the Colorado Regional Health Information Organization that deals with exchange of medical records. We have we have reams of data. We all understand the Affordable Care Act and the Health Benefit Exchange, so I ask for a no on this amendment.
Representative Stevens.
Well, thank you. Rep. Humphreys, I must ask you a question. I, too, had a bet I needed to fulfill. Rep. Humphreys. So, Rep. Humphrey, all I want to say to you, just ask. I understand your amendment. Here's why I say no on the. Here's why I'm saying no to the amendment. If you look on, if you look at the next on page 12. The Commission shall create advisory committees that focus on specific subject matters, and they make recommendations to the full Commission. The chair of the Commission shall appoint members. Now, we had there have been a lot of talks about this, and you and I know, again, on the whole Medicaid expansion issue, I pulled for this. You are going to have a discussion, you are going to have a discussion on the health benefit exchange, and you are going to have a discussion on pricing transparency, and you are going to have specifically to look at the impact in terms of the current plans of PPACA, and you also are going to have a look within this bill of the 08 Commission recommendations. So these are already being addressed within the bill. I know this is formulated differently, but I'm just saying to you, I believe it's covered in the bill. And members, I'd urge a no vote on this.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe that it is important that we study the effects that the Affordable Care Act does have on health care costs. I'm going to bring a little different perspective. As an employer, I'll kind of give you a little story. I'm one of those folks that earlier on this summer, actually right about 6-7 months ago, I got a letter from my health care plan that says, guess what? The insurance coverage that you have for all your employees is no longer valid. You're going to have to find coverage elsewhere. So I'm one of those fantasy people that had their health care coverage basically dropped. Well, because of the president's basically doing a waiver and say, okay, we'll push it out a year, my insurance company came back and said, well, I guess we can offer you plans again, but they're going to be significantly more expensive. So then now I had to go out and shop for other plans. So the cheapest one that I can find now is 33% higher than what I was paying before. And so I'm going through these, pricing out all these plans, and lo and behold, beyond the 33% increase that my plans are having, there's almost $20 worth of Affordable Care Act fees. So I don't know how adding $20 per employee per month makes my health care plans affordable to me. Maybe they have a total different meaning of affordable, but to me, that's just the fees for the Affordable Care Act. And so seeing the kind of impact that has on me as an employer, I'm a small employer, there's a lot of bigger employers, and when you're talking $20 per month per employee just on those fees, I think when we're looking at the overall impact that the Affordable Care Act has on people and the overall cost of health care, I think that is a legitimate argument to have. And so I would like to see us support Representative Humphrey's amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Everett.
No? Okay.
Well, if you want to let her go first.
Okay. Representative Stevens.
Well, members, again, listen, the Affordable Care Act and other issues are going to be discussed in this commission. And listen, personally for me, I'm not a supporter of the Affordable Care Act. What you're dealing with are higher costs because we've gotten rid of the prior existing conditions. And everyone's paying higher because we're covering far more sick people. And so that is an already understood factor. And I do believe that we are going to have to look at the taxes and the fees and that this will. But I believe it's addressed in the bill, and that's why, members, I urge a no vote on this.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Del Grosso, please don't let the Affordable Care Act take away my pizza.
If the Affordable Care Act actually takes away pizza, I think that, there's going to be an uproar. Representative Stevens, with all due respect, there's no specificity. There's no guarantee that the Affordable Care Act will be discussed. This is at the discretion of the chair. So why don't we have some specificity that Representative Humphrey is asking for to make sure that this is covered? Because I think this is a very important issue. There's many articles out there and studies to show that this is increasing costs. So we kind of expect what we're going to see. But at the same time, why don't we make sure it's in here and make sure it's adequately studied?
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, we don't need this amendment. I think everybody on the commission is quite aware and very well informed about the Affordable Care Act and the Health Benefit Exchange. And we are all concerned about the costs of insurance for small businesses such as Mr. Minority's business. So ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of L027?
Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Stevens.
Yeah, I do want to make something here because I think certainly some members are under the misconception that this commission would be some sort of apologist. Folks, if NFIB, who came to testify on this bill, said that they believe this bill is going to do and to address the issues that small business cares about. If Club 20 wrote a letter on behalf of this bill saying they too believe that this commission is going to address all these issues, and if C3 came out who are, again, business people, Representative Mr. Minority Leader, then they too have an idea and an expectation of what this commission's going to do. So I don't view that looking at the cost drivers is some sort of apologist for any kind of Affordable Care Act. I believe that this is going to be amply covered, as does NFIB. And let's just remember, NFIB was part of the lawsuit against the Affordable Care Act. So I'd like to clear up any misconceptions, lest people think there's some sort of apologist here. I believe this commission will cover it, they will look at it, and they'll look at it responsibly. So with that, again, I urge a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as a member of NFIB and knowing that NFIB did support the healthcare exchanges, and we've seen the debacle that's happened with the healthcare exchanges, I'm not sure that NFIB is the best source just because they support the bill. I think that Representative Humphreys, just to get back to the amendment, just back to this amendment, is that, again, there's no guarantee that we're going to... There's no guarantee that we're going to actually study the Affordable Care Act. This is just putting it into statute to make sure that we're studying what we need to study, and I'm just speaking to the amendment at this point. But we want to make sure this is in here. It's an important issue. I think the people of Colorado do want to hear and make sure that we're studying all the right things. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion of L027? Representative Humphrey.
Members, I want to ask for an aye vote on the amendment. And again, this is a very central issue. Some might say the most central issue, contrasting between the intervention that we have and free market principles, just to make sure that we are having that discussion. So I urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Is there any... Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just ask for a no vote on this amendment. It's not needed. It's like saying we will have the Colorado Constitution. This is just not a respectful amendment, I don't think, to the commission. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of L027. All those in favor, please say aye. All opposed, please say no.
No!
L027 is lost. To the bill. Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I urge an aye vote on this bill. I think this bill not only has good market language and good pro-market language in here, but I believe that we're getting the best of the best in terms of people to come around the table and certainly to examine the cost drivers in Colorado. I I have a lot of respect for people that have advised the work that's gone into this bill, and certainly the robust support for the bill, and particularly through business organizations, is why I would urge a yes vote. And I really appreciate Representative Schaefer's work on this as well.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, of course, urge a yes vote on this. And members, let me remind you, there will be a SMART hearing in November, and there are meetings throughout the interim. And that those of you that have brought up your concerns, please feel free to attend those meetings or to listen to them online or watch them. I don't know that they will be televised, but yes, I ask for your support on Senate Bill 187, and I thank Representative Stevens for working so hard on this bill. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 187. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 187 is adopted. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 194.
Senate Bill 194 by Senator Stebbins, also Representatives May and Giroux, concerning the issuance of identification documents by the Department of Revenue in connection with making appropriation.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 194, and there are no committee reports.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Giroux.
Oh, thank you. You mean to the bill, right, Mr. Chair? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is concerning the Department of Revenue and making sure that we are fiscally responsible and matching the costs of running the department with the fees that we charge. And I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is the adoption of Senate Bill 194. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 194 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Kohler, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs the report is under consideration. Following attached bills being second reading thereof, makes following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1377 amended, 1391 amended, 1392 amended, 1393 passed on second reading in order of gross place on counter for third and final passage. Senate Bills 46, 50 amended, 73, 87, 88 amended, 115 amended, 118 amended, 133, 153 amended, 162, 164 amended, 166 amended, 174 amended, 182 amended, 187, 194 passed on second reading in order of revised place on calendar for third and final passage.
Sounds good, members. The temperature's a little cold in here. The coat roll is not relaxed any longer. Do you have a problem, Representative Moreno? Is there a problem, Representative Moreno? Representative McNulty.
Mr. Speaker, I have never seen such a blatant display of a member caucus member flaunting the Speaker's authority.
Okay. The coat roll is relaxed. Representative Fisher. You've heard the motion. There are amendments to the desk. Mr. Kohler, please read the Rankin amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Rankin moved to amend the report of the committee to hold adverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Rankin Amendment L004 to Senate Bill 46 to show the said amendment passed on the Senate Bill 46 as amended passed.
Representative Rankin.
Members, as you recall, Mr. Speaker, I move Amendment 046.
The Rankin Amendment to the amendment. Members, hold on one sec. Representative McNulty. Sorry. Representative Rankin.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Speaker.
Quiet. Okay, Representative Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Rankin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment, Representative Rankin.
Members, as you recall, we discussed at some length the use of federal mineral lease monies to fund an excellent program, but one that's improperly funded. Without this amendment, you are taking money from its intended purposes and moving it to a different purpose. Without this amendment, you are taking money from a grant program, the recipients of which desperately need that grant money to fund schools, health programs, and other programs at the local level in areas affected by the extractions of minerals from federal lands. Without this amendment, you are enacting something just because you can, not because you need to. Members, I plead with you, let's be unanimous in support of the bill. Vote for this amendment. Let's make it a good bill.
Representative Exum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would ask for a no vote on the Rankin Amendment for the reasons that I had mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Representative Giroux.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you know, there's been a lot of talk in the last couple years about war on rural Colorado. And, you know, you could say that because my district is in the Front Range and I may be the largest rural district within the Denver metropolitan area, I'm very sensitive to the issues of rural Colorado and what happens on the West Slope and what happens in northeastern Colorado and southwestern Colorado and southeastern Colorado and, what did I miss? Northwestern Colorado. Those areas that have federal mineral lease dollars that they can use to help support their counties, they count on those money. They budget those monies. When they see what's happening with production prices, they watch those numbers. And they watch those numbers because it's important to them, because it's their livelihood of those counties. It funds K through 12. It funds the Medicaid services that they can offer. It funds the human services that they can offer. It funds a quality of life in those smaller communities. This bill as it stands right now is going to benefit my district. And I'm not going to feel good about that because, quite honestly, my district is a taker. My district is not a giver in this bill. I ask that you support the Rankin Amendment to the Committee of the Whole. What this amendment does is it makes a good bill a great bill. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Corum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also support the Rankin Amendment. We talked earlier about the 400 coal miners that have lost their jobs in Gunnison and Delta counties. You know, those miners make $100,000 a year. That's a lot of money. But also affected are the 7-Eleven store, the gas station, the grocery store, the clothing store. It has a ripple effect. Delta County School District, since October, since the last of the layoffs, has lost 140 students since the October count. Next year, if things don't change, and there's nothing on the horizon to change that at this time, because of permitting, it's going to be another couple of years before those communities are back and made whole. This is a huge, huge factor for rural Colorado. They depend on that for their roads, their schools, their health services. Members, I don't think you really understand what life is in rural Colorado when you've been there and times are tough. And hope is there, but it's 2 or 3 years down the road. Folks, these people can't survive if we keep taking these things away from them. Give them a break. Support this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the ranking amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Cole, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Dorr, Giroux, Vigil, and Mitch Bush. Representative Mitch Bush. Close the machine. With 31 aye votes, 33 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the ranking amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Joshi amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Representative Joshi moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole. Diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Joshi amendment L018 to Senate Bill 50 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 50 as amended passed. Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, as we already discussed, we have this bill.
Representative Joshi, can you move your amendment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Joshi amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment, Representative Joshi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as we discussed during the debate, we want to give transparency on all kinds of different things, particularly the hospital bills. We had a lot of debate on other bills too, that how expensive the healthcare cost is. If we want to help people who cannot pay their bills, they have to know exactly what is on their bills. And what this amendment does, it tells them this particular hospital provider fee, which is added to the bill, they have to know what it is. So what this amendment does, it just makes it very clear on their bill as a line item, so everybody knows what they are paying. So I ask for yes vote.
Representative Moreno. Actually, Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Each hospital shall make information available to each patient about the hospital's financial assistance, charity care, and payment plan policies. So we're already mandating to the hospitals in this bill what they have to provide to the patient. So giving them this little extra transparency, I don't see what that hurts. And when you're looking at this whole thing, it's just riddled with things that we need to do to try to be more transparent to the patient. But yet, for some reason, we want to protect this hospital provider fee and not let them know about this extra little charge that they're being hit with. For the life of me, why we don't want to be transparent with this, but this will actually shed a little light on this, and that's why I urge an aye vote on the Joshi amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I appreciate the intent behind this amendment, but this bill is not about the hospital provider fee. This bill is about the assistance that is available to uninsured patients. And so when we mandate things like the hospital including their charity care policy or the financial assistance that may be available to a patient is not the same as a disclosure as the hospital provider fee. These are things that are directly intended to help the patient and to help them afford their hospital bills. With that, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the Joshi amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine. Members proceed to vote. Close the machine. With 32 aye votes, 32 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the Joshi amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Holbert amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Representative Holbert moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole. Diversity action taken by the committee not adopting the following Holbert amendment L006 to Senate Bill 166 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 166 as amended passed. Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Holbert amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
To the Holbert amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we had this discussion on the state app bill. Representative Tyler, I don't know if you want to come down here and respectfully ask for a no vote or not, but maybe not. We had this conversation, and I believe that there's $96,000 in this fiscal note, $86,000 this year, that would go to an app vendor, an IT vendor, that appears to already be selected. And the debate was that we would require that contract to be subject to the procurement code, and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Tyler.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for a no vote. You know, OIT does contracting day in, day out, month in, month out, and they follow the procurement code. Why would we do this redundantly? Do we need to put this on every single appropriations clause we put on there? That would be the logical extension of this. I ask for a no vote. OIT absolutely follows the procurement code. As a matter of fact, from our experience, they follow it a little bit too closely and could maybe use some loosening up from following that procurement code, but they absolutely follow it.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the Hobart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Cole, please open the machine. The members proceed to vote. Representatives Hobart and close the machine. With 28 aye votes, 36 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the Hobart Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the Szabo Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Representative Szabo moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Szabo Amendment L005 to Senate Bill 166, which show that Senate Amendment passed and the Senate Bill 166 as amended passed. Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Szabo Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about local businesses and highlighting local businesses. A great way to do that would be to get a local company to create and distribute this app. It could be a local business app that's made by a local business, distributed by a local business, that highlights local businesses. Don't we all want to support our local businesses? If we do, then we should vote for the Szabo Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to hear we're finally supporting the Keep Jobs in Colorado Act that we passed last year.
To the bill.
We need to be
Or the
doing
amendment.
contracting. We are doing contracting locally, and as a matter of fact, anybody in the state of Colorado can create an app using that same database and do this. This is local, and as a matter of fact, it's free market local. Anybody can create an app to hit this database and do it. Please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the... Really, Mr. Minority Leader?
Absolutely.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused now because I just heard a rant about local businesses and local business. Vote no on the local business amendment.
I think you said this was redundant, so...
So maybe I'm confused why we would say local business, vote no on local business. And it's good to see Republicans are finally coming around to the support local business, Colorado business, buy Colorado Business Act, whatever it is, but vote no on the local business amendment. So maybe I'm the only person out of 65 of us, or 64 now, that are confused, but maybe I could get some clarification.
Representative Tyler.
I would clarify my request for a no vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is the passage of the Szabo Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine. The members proceed to vote. Representatives Moreno Priola. Close the machine with 28 aye votes, 36 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent. The Szabo Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Kohler, please read the final amendment, the Humphrey Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. When you can find it. Representative Humphrey moved to amend the report of the committee to hold adverse action taken by the committee not adopting the following Humphrey Amendment L027 to Senate Bill 187 to show the said amendment passed and the Senate Bill 187 as amended passed. Representative Humphrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Humphrey Amendment to the Committee of the Whole.
To the amendment.
Members, I request that we vote to show that this amendment passed and allow the Commission to go ahead and take a look at the whole picture, including the Affordable Care Act and the exchange itself, and make that explicit. Thank you.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Member, I ask for a no vote on the Humphrey Amendment. It's very clear to a panel of 17 experts what the health care benefit exchange is and what the Affordable Care Act is. I don't think this needs to be mandated. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House, the passage of the Humphrey Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Buck and close the machine with 30 aye votes, 34 no votes, 1 excused and 0 absent. The Humphrey Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no further amendments. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand this is debatable, and I just wanted to urge a vote on the Committee of the Whole report.
That sounds like a great idea. Members, Mr. Kohler, open the machine, and members do as Representative Gardner directed you, vote. Representatives Pabon, Lee, and Ryden. Representative Ryden. If not, it's an easy one. Close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, 1 excuse, and 0 absent, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Announcements and introductions. Actually, members, hold on 1 sec before we do announcements and introductions, because you're going to have to, maybe some of you might need to announce this. Message from that useless body. Mr. Speaker, the useless body is Remain the passed message from the useless body, be printed in the journal. Message from the reviser. Be hereby transmit. Remain the message from the reviser, be printed in the journal. Introduction of bills. House Bill 1398 by Representative Singer, also Senator Stedman and Balmer, concerning the provision of financial services to licensed marijuana businesses. I think you meant Stedman and Balmer. What? You just said Stedman. You didn't say Stedman and Balmer. House Bill 1398 assigned to the Committee on Business, Labor, Economic, and Workforce Development. We have more bills to introduce. Senate Bill 172 by Senators Talktrop and Newell, also Representative Kraft-Tharp, concerning employer-paid benefits to firefighter for cardiac illnesses resulting from a strenuous work event in connection with making appropriation. Senate Bill 172 assigned to the Committee on Local Government. Senate Bill 190 by Senator Lambert, also Representative Giroux, concerning criminal discovery in connection with creating a statewide discovery sharing system and criminal discovery surcharge civil immunity for district attorneys to make good faith effort to redact information from discovery documents and make an appropriation. Senate Bill 190 assigned to the Committee on Judiciary. Senate Bill 203 by Senators Lambert and Newell, also Representatives May and Gardner, concerning the Office of the Respondent, Parents, Counsel in cases of alleged child abuse or neglect. Senate Bill 203 assigned to the Committee on Judiciary. Announcements and introductions. Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of Health Insurance and Environment Committee, we're adding one more bill to our agenda for tomorrow. It's Senate Bill 155 by Representatives May and Duran. So we'll have 155, 3, and 159 tomorrow afternoon. Thank you.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as you've just heard, Senate Bill 203 concerning child abuse and neglect has been referred to the Judiciary Committee, will be heard tomorrow, as will Senate Bill 190 concerning criminal discovery, and Senate Bill 23 concerning water rights will be also heard in Judiciary Committee tomorrow afternoon.
Representative Tyler, 1398.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Transportation Committee, we might as well just go to breakfast right now, instead of tomorrow morning. But Senate Bill 192 we will hear tomorrow on adjournment. Senate Bill 192 will be heard in Transportation Committee tomorrow.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Local Government, we'll see you tomorrow for Senate Bill 172. Look forward to seeing you all upon adjournment. And Alice and I am coming home.
House Bill, just for members, House Bill 1398 will be heard in Business, Labor, Economic, Workforce Development tomorrow. Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of Finance Committee, tomorrow we have on our list House Bill 1168, but today we didn't hear all the bills, so we'll be hearing, I think, 1389, 1191, and I don't think...
I think just Senate Bill 3.
Senate Bill 3. Okay, thank you.
I think it's 3. 5, Senate Bill 5. Sorry, that will be on the committee. There we go. Representative Kortzik. Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the overtime watch party will be at City Grill. It's tied 4-4.
Sounds great. Is that Senator Kerr flashing a light from the gallery or the lobby? Can you, Chief Sergeant, can you kick him out of the lobby? Yeah, just actually, Mr. Chief Sergeant, can you flatten his tires? Thank you. Is there any further announcements or introductions? Seeing none, Madam Majority Leader, members, you are free to go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, May 1st.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow at 9 a.m., May 1st.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. Good work tonight. We'll see you guys tomorrow bright and early.